Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. This is a very special stream today. It's going to be my second ever photo editing stream. After the first one on, I believe it was July 16th, I actually got a lot of questions about when this next one was going to happen, and I couldn't give an answer because there was smoke. Like, as you all know, from both the news and from what I've told you, there was a lot of smoke over Calgary because there's so many forest fires over in British Columbia that the smoke drifted all the way here. So I couldn't go out and take photos, and I couldn't give an answer about exactly about exactly when the next photoing stream was. And then last weekend, the smoke finally cleared out, and I was able to go to Fish Creek Park to take some photos, and it was nice. Seeing the blue sky, the proper blue sky, no smoke, being out in nature and just being able to breathe fresh air. And I actually got a lot of photos from Fish Creek Park. Well, a lot to me would be 100 or more, but got over 30, and that's surprising because I'd never gotten more than like 5 or 6 from that place. So then when I went over them, there was enough for photo editing stream. So yeah, here we are today, and it's a good thing I went last Monday because the smoke is back over Calgary. Turns out there's a lot of fires over in the Pacific Northwest, and still British Columbia. There's a lot of forest fires there, and all that smoke has, and also I think there's a few wildfires now in Alberta. So all that smoke has drifted all the way over here. So yeah. So it's a good thing I went last Monday. But anyway, we're able to edit the photos I took last Monday, and yeah, so so this stream is able to happen. Before I get started with everything, I just noticed a person named Mr. Grim FPS followed me about 14 minutes ago. Thank you for that follow. Oh, Noel! Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it, and yeah, thanks for being here. How are you doing today? Hey, let me just raise the volume of that so you can hear a little bit more of it. Okay, so anyway, before I get into the photo editing, let me show you what software I'll be using today to edit the photos. I'll be using On1 Photo Raw here. And also the DxO Photo Lab. You'll see why I have, like, these are both Lightroom alternatives. You'll see very quickly why I have two of them. I'll also be doing. Oh, thanks! Thanks, yeah, this software is really good. Too bad there's no new versions of Aurora HDR. I was just about to mention Aurora HDR. This one does HDR editing. You can edit a single photo or brackets of photos, and when I do the HDR edit, I'll show you a trick that I use. There are other tricks that there's another method that you can use for editing photos in HDR format. As I was saying, you can use you can just edit a single photo, or you can do brackets, which is like groups of 3, 5, like some odd number. Um, other I don't know if I'll be using Lens Flare Studio. I don't know if I was able to get the sun or not when I went last Monday. I'll also be using Colorfx Pro and Silverfx Pro for sure. This one is like these pieces of software here, and also these two are part of the Nick collection, which is basically a set of plugins that you can use to further enhance your photos. Silverfx Pro is for black and white editing. Colorfx Pro is for enhancing color. Don't think I'll use Viveza, but that's another way to enhance color. Uh, Well, you know what? I gotta do one thing before it messes up. We can later. That's what I needed to do because otherwise, if I load it and try and load up the photos, I have to reload it. Anyway, but yeah, Colorfx Pro helps enhance colors more, and there's a lot of effects you can put on it through filters. Oh, we got another follow. Oh, Artsy Abby Plays, thank you for the follow and thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. How's your day going? Okay, so and then the final piece of software that I'll be using is Affinity Photo. This is a Photoshop alternative. You don't have to pay the Adobe subscription, um, and it's available for both PC and Mac. Oh, it's going well. Yeah, the stream just started. I'm just explaining the software that I'll be using before I get into the photo editing. So yeah, the day has been going well so far. Good thing is I'll be indoors for most of the day because it is really smoky out here in Calgary. There's so many forest fires, like in the Pacific Northwest, British Columbia, that all the smoke came over here. So yeah, good day for a photo editing stream, that's for sure. Yeah, so as I was explaining about Affinity Photo, it's a Photoshop alternative. You don't have to pay the Adobe subscription. Available for both PC and Mac, and this you can do so many different things with it. But for this purpose, it will most likely be for just removing things like dust spots, because there will be probably some of that in the photos that you took, especially with the landscape photos. So let's get on with taking the photos. Now here's why I have two Lightroom alternatives. Uh, let's go into edit here. Um, okay, so let's see here. As you can see, there's these green marks here, and well, let me just see if I can. Okay, zoom in a bit more. Uh, check the info. 4 millimeters. Okay, so let's see here. Let me see if I can find some purple fringing. Okay, well, anyway, so you see this green fringing, that's all chromatic aberration there. What I do is I go into here and oh, okay, so that did a good job at removing it, so we don't have to use the other one, but sometimes there's purple and green residue left over by this software, and that's where I go into Photolab 3, because that does a far better job at removing chromatic aberration. Oh, yeah, I just saw a few purple marks, so let's see if that gets... Oh, okay, so let me just see. Oh, okay, and there's no residue, so okay, we'll continue on with using this software on one photo raw. And both pieces like this is a little more. Oh, customized avatars for stream. I don't know about a good software for customized avatars. I think I think people do VTubing for those avatars. So I'm sure there's a bunch of apps in the Apple App Store and in the Google Play Store for VTubing. So yeah, you can look at that. Oh, here we go. See what I mean by purple residue and all that? So this is why then I have two pieces of software here for editing photos, because you see, didn't really do a good job at removing the chromatic aberration there. Or yeah, wait, let me try it in the other one, and then we'll. All right. So you see how this did a better job at removing that chromatic aberration there? Let's see. Yeah, because, wait, let's get rid of the purple. Or is there really any kind of a difference there? Let me just compare the two. Let me see. Actually, I think this one did a better job at removing the chromatic aberration this time around, which is really surprising because usually there's a bit of purple residue left over. Okay, so now I'm going to use a trick here for those of you who have any kind of photo editing software. Now on the PC it'll be Control 0. I'm on a Mac, so it'll be Command 0. That takes you all the way back to the beginning here, to the original image here. So it won't be so zoomed in. Yeah. So turns out this one did a better job actually, removing that chromatic aberration, which is very surprising. Well, let me see. Oh, painting the scenery. Yeah. Hey, thank you for that about the for the compliment on the work. Really appreciate that. Painted the scenery in this photo. Uh, um, I'll get back to you on that. First check the chromatic aberration here to see which did a better job before I continue on. Actually, this one did a. This one actually did a much better job. It looks like. Oh, It's actually cancel. That's okay. Chromatic aberration. That's actually what the term is. It's like if you notice there were purple and pink and or those pink and green lines. That's the chromatic aberration. It's how to explain it? It's basically the kind of stuff that sometimes lenses, the pink and green lines that lenses leave behind after taking a photo. Like this is when you shoot in RAW. Yeah, so definitely we'll use that one. We'll definitely use this one because that did a better job at removing chromatic aberration. So now, let's see here. I don't think there's any more, and that's, although we can check down. Well, maybe there's a bit of more. Get rid of that. And in case of like more, more here, what it is that sometimes there's also pink and green little lines in the grass and gravel and dirt and some other things. So getting rid of the more helps it out as well. Now that we got rid of the chromatic aberration, we can start doing the editing on this photo. Daylight, and then we'll send it. First thing we'll do is just do the basic editing. And we'll worry about exposure afterwards. Okay, the Clearview Plus, this is basically haze removal. Helps get rid of atmospheric haze. As you can see, when it's 0, you see all that haze, and then you move it up, it gets rid of more and more of the atmospheric haze here. Okay, so let's see here, let's remove, or let's those highlights down a little bit. Okay, increase the midtones. Yeah, increase the shadows. Let's see the blacks. Okay. And smart lighting, okay, well, we don't have to do too much there. Let's correct some exposure now. A little bit. Okay, there you go. And now contrast. Let's see here, we'll increase the contrast a little bit there. Alright, so now treat the color a little bit, increase the vibrancy a little bit, and increase the saturation a little bit. Okay, so actually that did a pretty good job at straightening out the photo here. Oh, okay. really trying to get better at painting flora. Oh, okay. Yeah, if yeah, I think that should be fine painting scenery here. Like, in case you're wondering which location of Fish Creek Park this is actually the Glenfield area. There's this big parking lot there. I think it's the main parking lot, so yeah, that's where. Oh, it was a nice day out. Yeah, it definitely was a nice day out there. Okay, so what I'll do is we'll go into Nick Collection. We'll go Colorfx Pro, and you'll see. Uh, and you'll see what you can really do with some of these photos. Yeah. Now, I'm just gonna do what like the types of things that I do with the photos, but there's a lot of things in Colorfx Pro you can really do to enhance the color. And then after I'm done there, then I know that there's probably gonna be some dust spot removal that I'll have to do. Okay. Oh wow. Yeah, here okay. Oh, actually, the sunlight we can worry about afterwards, but as you can see, like, there's lots of different things you can do. You do a black and white conversion if you want in this one as well, but there's special Nick plugin that you can use for the black and white editing. Bicolor filters, this is especially useful at sunset because you can accentuate the sunsets even more and make it more like what you actually saw compared to what the camera got. This bleach bypass, which, as you can tell, pretty much bleaches it. That Brilliance warmth I'll get back to, but color stylizer, you can stylize it in any color you want, as you can see. Uh, yeah, 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 I've heard Georgia gets hot a lot during the years. Here in Calgary, oh, we got another follow. Oh, Notley! Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. How are you doing today? The Colorize Filter, as you can see, you can do various different types of effects here, and then choose different colors to basically make it kind of like the foreground in the picture. Or contrast range, as you can see, just makes the color contrast differently. The first one that I'm going to use is Polarization, and that just, as you can see, just adds a polarizing filter to. Oh, hey, Dark One Zach. Thanks for coming in. It's going well. Yeah, I'm just editing the first photo here. This is from the Glenfield area of Fish Creek Park. So yeah, so yeah, this is just the first photo. Oh, thanks, Notley. I really appreciate that. Oh, and thanks for the host. I really appreciate it. Anyway, you know how if you have transitions lenses, you have a polarized filter on them, or you have sunglasses, clip-ons. They put a polarized filter to take out glare. That's what the polarizing filter does. You can see when you put it all the way up, it makes it not really too natural. So, and then here, all the way at 0, it's not polarized. So we'll just polarize it a bit. Okay, now when you have a yeah, Noel, it is a great area. Very peaceful there, and well, the Glenfield area, like because of how close it is to McLeod Trail, you can hear the drone of the cars. But depending on where in Fish Creek Park you go, it's very quiet. Now, for those of you who want to get the Nick collection, and are using Colorfx Pro, an important thing you have to do is once you're done with one filter, if you want to do any if you want to add filters on top of what you did, you have to click the add filter button. Otherwise, you're gonna replace all of your edits with a different filter, and then you have to start all over again, because as you can see now it's an empty filter. The next thing I'm going to do is foliage, and what this will do is enhance the foliage. Now, this is what it looks like when you put it all the way up. This is what happens when you put it all the way down. All the way down, as you can see, doesn't do any enhancement. All the way up, it makes it a little too saturated. So, we put it about there. That looks more realistic. Let's see here. What's the next one? Oh, graduated neutral density we want. And what this does is it basically darkens and lightens the top and bottom as needed. So you see when you lighten the top all the way, it looks um, like like that. I don't know how else to explain it, but too much glare. When it's all the way down, it looks like that, but it looks too dark. So we'll put it there. And same thing, lower tonality, all the way up, too much glare. All the way down, it doesn't even look like it's a sunny day. So put it there. And blend will kind of affect how the top and bottom blend together. The vertical shift is just shifting like that, shifting the top and bottom. Oh, we got another follow. Ginger Claus, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. How's your day going? So the vertical shift will allow you to set the midpoint. Well, not the midpoint, but where you want the upper tonality to be and the lower tonality to be. So we'll set it about there. Right. So now I was talking about this Brilliance warmth filter. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. So, the Brilliance Warmth one, what it does is it allows you to saturate it as much as you want. And now, if you completely desaturate it, that's a black and white photo. You completely saturate it, as you can tell, doesn't look proper. So, put the saturation about there. Now, warm. Now, neutral saturation. Oh, okay. I guess it's adding some pink tint to the photo. So yeah, we don't want too much because yeah, that wouldn't look good. Now the warmth slider here, all the way it makes it completely blue. All the way that way it makes it completely yellow. We don't want that. So we'll make it like that. Something else I can show you that. Oh yeah, the sunlight filter. Now you saw that at the beginning. This is what the sunlight filter does. This is especially useful after you do all the other filters. Oh, thanks for the bits, Zach. I really appreciate that. Now, what the sunlight filter does, now if you make it 100%, that's what it does. Completely, basically drowns out everything in sunlight and doesn't look natural. All the way 0, there's no sunlight at all in there. So this one, you want to be a little conservative with it. Around there, light temperature, that makes it completely blue. That one makes it completely yellow. Okay, now the brightness filter, this, when you put it all the way up, as you can see, again, a very big glare. All the way down, too dark. So, you want it bright, but not too bright. Contrast, yeah, thanks, Stark Ones. Like, I really appreciate that. Saturation, as you can tell, when you put it all the way up, again unnatural, all the way down, again unnatural. So, put it about there. So now, now as you can see, a dust spot became visible here. So we have to remove dust spot. So what we do is we save it as a TIFF. Put it on my desktop here to make it easier to find. And now, from Nick Collection 3 onwards, it has a save and edit for later, and like I had Nick Collection 2 before I bought it. Now, the reason why I bought Nick Collection 3 was because it, when bundled with Photolab 3, the more advanced version of it, I saved quite a bit of money, so that's why. But in Nick Collection 2, you couldn't save, and oh, I appreciate that, Noel. That is awesome of you. Uh, anyway, Nick Collection 2, this didn't exist before, so when you edited a photo in, it didn't matter what, color effects, silver effects, perspective effects, Viveza, it didn't matter. You had to get it right the first time, otherwise, you have to send the photos back into there. Uh, Now, what this does is it allows you to save, and it'll save it as a large TIFF file, but you can edit the photos later, and you still have all of the edits that you did before, so we'll do that. So, now, okay, there we go. So now let's load up Affinity Photo to do the last little bit for this photo, and that's removing those dust spots. And, like, this is especially true if you have a photo printer. You see the dust spots, yeah, the image looks nice, but somebody is really pixel peeping, if you will, as it's called. They'll notice the dust spots, and they'll ask you to remove them from the photo. So it's better to do it right off the bat. Oh, well, that was. I didn't expect it to load that quick. Sometimes it takes longer than this, but all right then. So we'll just open from desktop. Now, as you can see, it has a lot of the similar tools to to Photoshop. But the one that we want to use is this in-painting brush tool. Now, in case you're wondering how I'm raising and lowering the size of this circle here, I'm using the bracket keys that are right beside the P key on the keyboard. So you don't have to, go up here and constantly, uh, constantly adjust the slider here. You just use the bracket keys, and I'll get you the size that you need pretty quickly. um, and this one can take longest bit of time just because sometimes you have to look over and over and over, make sure you didn't miss any dust spots. Oh, there's one. Another one, I think. Oh, there it is. And as you can tell, there's a lot of examination to make sure you don't miss any. Oh, that's one. Not sure, but yeah, looked like that was one. Get rid of that. go. As you can tell, you have to sometimes go over it many times, because sometimes you don't notice the dust spot, and then all of a sudden it just pops up like that. Okay. I think that's one. Alright, I think that's all of them. So what we do now is we'll export it as a JPEG here, and not to the desktop, to that one. Oh, we don't want it in originals, so here we go. And when it comes out to exporting, yeah, yeah, this is pretty much how blue the sky was when I went outside. So I'm gonna have to save that. We can always pull up the file again, because there's the file that it's saved there. So just get rid of that. Now on to the next one. Alright. This one was building the Glenfield area. Yeah, you see, this is the great thing about there being no smoke. You can see nice, proper blue sky, and yeah, you don't have to worry about the smoke and all that. Now this is what, now as you can see, there's benches and places to, like, you know, picnic benches and all that. People sometimes will eat in these things here. Again, we just check for chromatic aberration there. Let's use... Let's check to make sure there's no residue left behind. That it actually does a good job of... how long, well, probably since 2015. Okay, I think we'll have to edit this. Yeah, it's not doing a good job at removing that chromatic aberration. It's doing a little bit, but it's not completely removing it, so again, that's why I have two of these, because we'll pull it up here. Hey, I'm glad I was able to teach you something, Noel. Yeah, so, yeah, you see, this did a better job at removing that chromatic aberration there. Oh, Silver, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Right, yep, so definitely this did a better job at removing that chromatic aberration there. And this is why I have the two different software that are Lightroom alternatives, because see, this one gets rid of the chromatic aberration much better compared to the other one. So let's also get rid of the moire, and again, the moire it more appears in the ground, like, and especially in gravel, dirt, grass, than it does the trees and sides of buildings. But oh, Black Rambo, hey, thanks for coming in. How are you doing? Um, yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm just on the second photo here, so you haven't missed too much. You just missed the first one, but yeah, there's still a lot of a good number of photos left to go through here. And also more sometimes, like, there's also the lines sometimes in things like this, so yeah, it's always good to remove that moire. And like, I'm not sure if you have to pronounce that E as it's moire, but no, for sure it's more. Okay, so the chromatic aberration has been removed. Right, so let's start off with the white balance, and what white balance basically is like, warming up and cooling down the photo, and then also adding pink or green tint depending on what depending on you think was the right tint. Because there happened a few times where taking a photo and it was a little too pink when I pull up the raw file. And what I always tell people is, like, to understand why you have to shoot in RAW, first shoot in JPEG and try and edit a JPEG and see how frustrating editing a JPEG is. Then you'll understand why you shoot in RAW. Um, because there's so much detail you get from a RAW photo that, when I started out taking photos, I was shooting in JPEG as well, and editing them, uh, sometimes it was frustrating because like, the sky would never look smooth, and it would just be completely blocky. And sometimes there was detail in the shadows and all that I knew was there, but instead it would give like all these different red dots and green dots, blue dots, pink dots, purple dots, yellow dots. So then a lot of extra work was needed just to at least make it look somewhat more what I remember seeing when I took the photo. So then when I shot in RAW, all that went away. Like the sky stayed smooth, um, the shadows really showed a lot of detail. And sometimes there were photos that maybe came out a little too dark. Um, when I was shooting in JPEG, I had to crash the photo because I just couldn't save it. But with shooting in RAW, I, the photo could be saved, and I was able to get all the detail back. So this Clearview Plus, again, in case those of you who are new, or not new, but those of you who just came into the stream, this is basically haze removal. It removes atmospheric haze from the photo. But yeah, so we can keep it at 50 there because there's not too much there. Alright, so with the highlights, now when you this slider, especially when it's a sunny day, you want to move it down because this is what happens when you move it up. It makes it way too bright. The highlights affect especially the sky here. So bring it down, and now you see more of the sky. Let's raise those midtones. Shadows, let's raise a little bit. Blacks, yeah, I think we'll want to raise the blacks a little bit. Okay, so let's see here, the exposure compensation. Let's bring it down a little now. Okay, there we go. Smart lighting, I think we're good with. Let's see what the horizon does. That actually made it a little more crooked than... This actually looked a little more straight, actually, when you look at it. Yeah, that... Or... It's just, Hey. Hey, Scouty! Hey, thanks for coming in. How are you doing? Let's see here. See what happens when I go into the section here. Yeah, okay, that looks a lot more straight. Okay. Alright, so now let's send it over to Colorfx Pro. Oh, okay. And good to hear that you're doing well. Oh, thanks for the lurk, thanks for the lurk, Silver. I really appreciate that. Alright, so now it's just gonna load the image in there. Now let's look at the filters. Yeah, it has the right filter pulled up this time. Sometimes there'll be a default value, but you can just mess around with it and make it a little more your liking there. And the next filter we can use is, let's see here. Well, let's show, like, here's a different filter, this Pro Contrast one. This is what it does. Color cast, you can see it moves it from green to pink there. Correct contrast. And there's a dynamic contrast, which does that. Oh, wait. Actually, we weren't supposed to put it in there because I didn't do anything else with I forgot to do contrast and the vibrancy and saturation in here, so. Anyway, so let's just correct the contrast a little bit. And a little bit there. Yeah, so we'll just add a little extra vibrancy, a little extra saturation there. Holy. Anyway, so well, let's just overwrite that unique file name there. Because yeah. And we just have to wait for file to get overwritten and open it up in there's a Colorfx Pro. Let me just try that again. So fresh here. Oh, Notley, you know Scouty? Okay, let's do the polarization again and put it up there. Then the next one we can do is, let's see if oh, thanks, Noel. I really appreciate that compliment. Okay, so we'll try and see if the color cast, contrast, this dynamic contrast. Okay, shadows. Oh, oh, okay. Boy, hey Scotty, we're both everywhere, aren't we? Because I actually met Notley like a week ago or so. Alright, so now Luminexes will enhance the foliage. Oh, okay. So let's see. Oh wow, that yeah, I don't think enhancing the foliage is gonna work here. Oh, okay. So I don't think enhancing foliage, but we can definitely do a graduated neutral density here. So let's raise that and that. Let's do a little bit of a blend. Try the vertical shift up there. Oh, yeah, we don't. The shadows, yeah, the highlights we can leave alone. Yeah, yeah, really small world. Very small world, isn't it? Okay, so let's see. The next one I can do is yeah, the sunlight filter. Okay, so let's just see strength, light temperature, and then the brightness. Okay, there, and then add a little contrast there, and add a little extra saturation. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Scouty is awesome. He's definitely awesome. funny. Okay, so we already did pro contrast, but let's see what else is there. Contrast. Okay, so this is what contrast color range does. This affects the you can set it to all different types of colors here, and you go too high, that's what it does, and then lower the lower the brightness a little bit, and then a little extra contrast there. Oh yeah, thanks. So yeah, actually, uh, let's see how it looks without it. Actually, looks better with color contrast. Okay, so we'll then do some dust spot removal. Okay, so let's wait for this to save, and then we can. So we'll save the TIFF file, and that way, in case sometime off stream I want to do something different, I can. Then I'll go open it up in Affinity Photo there. Okay, so now let's open up Affinity Photo. Okay, so now just go to that menu. Oh, okay, Notley. Okay, Notley, I appreciate the lurk. You have a safe drive. So now we'll open up the desktop there and. Right. So now let's just check for dust spots if they're visible. Oh, here it is. There's one. I'm sure there's a. Oh, there it is. That's. Yeah. Oh, hey, Mania! How are you doing today? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, so sometimes it's, have to just the angle of the head so we can see the dust spots a little better, but so let's see here. Oh, one, I'm not sure. I guess if anybody's wondering if there's animal photos, there won't be any animal photos because what happened was that like I saw a deer and I saw a few birds, but oh, okay. How did the golf practice go? Let's see. So, I think that's one. Oh, and Notley, congrats on the new house. That's great news. Okay, looks like that's it. From the dust spots I can see. Just checking, just going through the dust spots again. Oh, okay. That's good that practice went well, Mania. Alright, looks like that's all I can find for dust spots. Alright, so yeah, thanks for the alert, Notley. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we'll export that now. And then we'll move on to the next photo. Right. Wait, did I save that as a JPEG? Or was it TIFF? Or check that. I might have accidentally. Oh, I saved as a JPEG. Um, might have to. What I'll do, I'll just open that up again, and then we can overwrite that file. Because trust me, when you keep opening up JPEGs and then save them again and all, eventually you start seeing the. Oh, what was the question? Oh, I was just, Mania, yeah, I was just telling you that, yeah, it's good that your um, golf practice went well. So there's the first little spot that I noticed. And next one. Oh, and there's another one there. What other thing is? Um, and in case you're wondering, the questions that I'm at, like, what I'm doing is this is normally what I do when I'm editing photos, trying to remove dust spots. I just sometimes ask, like, I just talk to myself and ask questions, okay, where are they, and is there another one there? So, what? Oh, I think I just found another dust spot there. This is why it's better to do it with TIFFs than with JPEGs, because this is also why I did that saving thing, because as you can see, um, this is the file there, and I load it into Colorfx Pro. You'll see all the filters still there. Okay, so I guess we'll have to redo all the filters. For some reason I didn't save. I don't know why. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, well, that's the next one, but for some reason the filters didn't save. We'll have to do them again. So this is what I was talking about, that I have to try and click save before you exit here, so... Okay, so what we did next was, what was it? Pro Contrast, I think we did? Yeah, this is a good way to show you what happens when you don't click save, and you have to do everything again. Add a filter, yeah, foliage didn't work properly. Saturated neutral density. Lower tonality. Blend. A little bit like that. Let's check out shadows. Highlights. Okay, Mania. Uh, okay, Mania, you do what you gotta do. Right, so the next one that I did was, what was it? Yeah, sunlight filter. That's right. I don't want it all the way up. That. Okay, so just close that. And the reason why I turned down the brightness a bit was because I was getting a little too bright there. Okay, so we'll turn down the contrast a little bit. Saturation a bit, and then the last one that I did was or contrast range, was it? Yeah. A little bit of color contrast there. Okay, maybe raise the brightness a little bit. There we go. What I can do is here, save it as a TIFF. Didn't realize it as a JPEG. And we can save that. This time it sticks. Anyway, at least we saved that one as a JPEG, so we're in good shape there. Let's check to make sure. Looks like it did, but we'll just double check. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, oh, thanks. Okay, so we don't want that one. Want that one. Okay, that's the one that we want. Okay, I don't know what happened to the other one, but anyway. Again, for the dust spots. And there's another one, and there's another one. There's another one I saw. And the reason why you want it as a TIFF file rather than as a JPEG when you're doing something like that is because TIFF files are lossless, so that means that they don't lose any of the information or data when you're constantly opening and transforming and changing them. Whereas with JPEGs, what happens is they, like every time you open it, it loses a little bit of data, and then when you're constantly making manipulations and changing them, it always loses data to the point where the image ends up not being as nice compared to what the original was. That's why you want TIFFs, even though they're bigger files, when you're opening it up in various programs, because they're less likely to lose, or they are, or you don't lose too much information, and you won't end up with pixelated and blocky images in the end. Alright, I think that's all I can find. Oh, just found that one. And it looks like that's it. What I can oh, yep, there's one. Yeah, you can see sometimes it's hard to catch all these dust spots, but okay. Let's try and get rid of that one, see if it'll work. Okay, and looks like there we go. Looks like that's it. Now let's export this, save, and let's replace that one. Right, so now I don't know what happened with that one, but let me just check this. Huh. Interesting that it show up in there. Interesting. Okay, so interesting that it didn't do that anyway. Normally it okay, so I guess we can one. That one then, since okay, I think I know what I did. Anyway, so alright, so now let's move on to the next one. These are some flowers here. Now, in case you're wondering why the back ones are blurred out but the front ones are showing better, it's because of where the zoom was, or where the focal point was. Focal point was, I think, on this one and not on these ones, so that's why in the background those are showing up like that. I don't think there's any chromatic aberration in there, so alright. I didn't see any chromatic aberration here, so we're good. So now let me show you how different things are, and we don't need to worry about dust spots here. Um, so this is how on-one photo is a lot different compared to um, this is compared to DxO Photo Lab. You can see the sliders are a little different, and what you can change is a little different. So like this haze You can add haze, or you can remove haze, and make it look like that, or like that. But what I'll do is I'll just make it look like that. Increase the exposure a little bit. Too much. Contrast. Turn down the highlights a little bit. Midtones a little bit. Shadows a little bit. The whites will darken a little bit. We'll make the blacks look like that. The structure adds the structure slider either adds detail or removes detail. So what I want to do is add a little bit of detail there. There's another difference. Now these flowers I believe are in the shade, so you can have as shot and auto, daylight, cloudy, shade, tungsten, fluorescent, flash, and custom. We'll just choose shade because that makes it look the nicest. And here's the saturation slider, the vibrant slider. Now here's where On One Photo Raw is way different compared to the XO Photo Lab. There's this effects tab here. You can add various filters to it, so you can do a color enhancer. Sure, what kind of color enhancer can we do? Oh, you can actually preview what each thing does. So foliage. What we'll do is we won't do that, but let's enhance those purples. A little more saturation on the purples. Brightness. Change. We'll just another quick, easy trick you can use is if you want to reset one of these sliders to 0, double click the name and it'll just go right back to 0. Okay, so you can adjust the hue, you can adjust the saturation, the brightness for that. I think that's the picker. Don't really use that. And another thing you can do in this effects tab is you can only have it enhance a certain part of the photo. Now, you don't have to do that here. Let's add a filter. Sharpening, here we go. Yes. Okay, so that's the radius, the halo. The amount is how much sharpening you want. That's 0. That's that, and then what I want to do is I want to run a mask. See, paint out. And as you can tell, with the circle, it's the same thing. You just use the bracket keys. So, paint paint in, see if that works. What I'm just doing is I'm just making those flowers a little more sharp. So this is what they look like before. This is what they look like now. A lot more sharp, as you can tell. That. All right. So let's close the mask there and view. And there's other effects you can do. Add a sun flare if you want. That's the sunshine there, which I think I'll do. Make it look natural. Make it glow if you want. So It was a nice sunny day. How it looks before and after. See, very subtle effect there. And you can also do many other things here. Do a color adjustment. So that. Okay, so you see how that changes those flowers color a little bit, the hue. So I want to enhance a little more. That. And then like you can do a tone enhancer, which just adds a clarity slider here. So add extra clarity. That's what it does when it's all the way up, but we'll just add a little extra. There it is, and I think that photo looks good. So um, just make sure it exports the proper size. It looks like it'll be fine. Correct pathway. We'll export. So let me just check to make sure that the picture ended up in the right. And for those of you with Macs, you already know this. You just do right-click, get info, and it'll show you. Okay, good. So there we go. All right, so that's it for those flowers. And yeah. This is another thing with what is it, On1 Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab. They you have this what is it called? Well, I guess you could call it gallery or whatever. But anyway, you can just select the photo and that you want, and then edit them and that. Forgot to delete that one. Jpeg, I need the raw file. Let me just delete that. Okay. Alright, so now we'll edit these other photos, or not these other photos, but these other flowers here, and as you can see, they're a little different compared to those ones. They're a little more spiky, as you can tell. They don't have petals, so and we don't have to do too much lens correction there. Oh wait, another thing I forgot was saturation and vibrance on the other one, but really need that. Just check. Did it really need that given what we did? No, didn't really need that. Okay. Anyway, as you can see, this is what those flowers look like. So now, here's what we do. Do the exposure after we figure out right way to edit this. It tones a bit, the shadows a bit. Turn on those whites. Flats a bit. So, yeah. Just a little bit of exposure. So let's some of that haze. A little extra structure to it. Now, this was right in the sunlight. But hey, Misbehave! Thanks for coming in. It's going well. Let's see, I'm just on, I believe, the fourth photo. So yeah, haven't missed too much. Yeah, the day's going well so far. And yeah, still really smoky outside. So yeah, good day to edit photos inside. Okay, so here's let's add a little saturation, extra vibrance there, not too much. Yeah, and I've had a lot of demand for these photo editing streams. Because I had the first one almost a month ago, and then after that, I was getting so many questions for when the second one was going to be, and because of all the smoke over here that was there for 4 weeks, I couldn't go out and take photos. And last week the sky was clear, and now the smoke is back. Yeah, like it's the wildfires in the Pacific Northwest and BC and Alberta. Now there's a few, so all that smoke has drifted over here and beyond. So yeah, now it's really so now it's really smoky again, and yeah, the smoke is really thick. Now the details one. This is if you want to do global sharpening. And also this one does noise reduction. Now, in case you're wondering why I didn't do it there, it's because if we want to do sharpening, we just want to do it locally, unless, yeah, yeah, I hope they get it contained. It is supposed to rain this week and a lot, but then again, it was supposed to rain a lot last weekend and the weekend before, and it never did, so I have no idea what's going to happen there. Because yeah, rain is definitely needed, and yeah, also the farmers are hoping for some rain because yeah, a lot of their crops are drying out. Oh, thanks, Noel. Yeah, so in case you're wondering why I didn't go into the details here, it's because I can do enhancing the details here on a more local basis in the effects tab. And yeah, so let's see here. Color enhancer. Do that. Go with the purples. As you can see, we can turn those flowers blue. Won't. Increase the saturation a little bit with it. Increase the brightness a little bit there. And then, let's see here. Do a little extra sharpening. Once again, we can invert that mask. Okay, so let's paint in. So, do the sharpening on that. These flowers here. Oh, thanks for the hype, Misbehave. I really appreciate that. So, see, I'm just sharpening the flowers here. That's why I didn't do the global sharpening, because just do it locally here, as you can see. And let's see, you know what, let's add a little extra clarity. Now, this is what happens when we put it all the way up. Doesn't look that natural there. What else can we since that was in the sunshine, we can definitely add the sunshine filter. Go more natural one. Let's do a little glow on the. Yeah, we want it to be warm. Okay. Let's turn it down a little bit so that way it doesn't look too bright. See, that's what it looks like, and that looks more like how it should be when it's in the sunshine. What else can we add? Again, the split tone filter, it's just like that bicolor filter in Colorfx Pro. As you can see from the picture here that is shown as the example, really enhances sunsets. Sometimes, like when you see sunsets, you see a lot of purple and pink and orange and yellow and all that, and then when you pull up the picture from the raw file, it just shows blue. So split tone can really make that look really good. Photo filter, I think you can also do that as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, Noel, what software does that. I'm sure you can find something on Google. Like that's how I found out about On1 Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab. I just did a Google search for Lightroom alternatives because I don't like paying for the subscription. So and these two programs came up. Um, and there's dynamic contrast which you can use to sharpen or add even more detail. You don't really need it here. As you can see, there's a lot of different filters you can use. But just go to View, and we can export that. Yeah, so, and as you can see, some software it takes a while to export. Some software, oh, so that's the right, it is pretty quick. So now we'll go to the next one. We'll see. Oh, here we go. Oh, I forgot another JPEG to delete. Let me just delete that. Oh, yeah, thanks. Let me just crash. And now here's a. I think this shouldn't have any chromatic aberrations either. But yeah, this is a tree. It has, as you can see, some red berries. I don't think they're edible. I don't think you're supposed to eat those berries, but yeah, this was another tree that was over there in Fish Creek Park. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's any chromatic aberration there. Yeah, yeah, everything looks good. So once again, I'll wait for the exposure. Let's turn on those highlights all the way to get a little more blue sky. The midtones there, the shadows a little bit. Oh, turn on the blacks. Yeah, we'll turn on the whites a little bit. Now, because it's a tree, a little extra structure, turn down the haze a little bit. Go into daylight there. The um the white balance, a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. I think here we can add a little sharpening globally. Yeah, I don't think those berries are edible. I think they're actually bad for you. We don't want portrait. But yeah, as you can see, there is a portrait tab. If take any portraits, you can do some stuff with teeth whitening and other enhancements. I think in there's a new version of well, there's going to be another new version this fall, but in the newer versions, you can do more. I think with portrait editing. But yeah, we don't have like we. Oh, we got another follow. Oh, Eltrav Gaming, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? And thanks for coming in. Oh, we don't there. Oh, yeah, we'll just do a few extra effects here. Oh, okay. Then you're in the right stream, Eltrav. Yeah, this is a photo editing stream. I'm showing all different types of photos. Okay, yeah. Well, when you're a photographer, editing is part of it, so yeah, and it does require a lot of patience. But yeah, you're in the right stream if you want to know about other software and also types of things to look at for editing. So let's add a tone enhancer there. Let's add a little bit of clarity because if we go too much, as you can see, it doesn't look real. Do that. Don't really need the sunlight filter in here. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, with me, I take photos of stuff that. Oh, okay. Well, You have a great day. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for interacting with me, and also interacting with chat. Hopefully, I'll see you tonight in Brittany's stream. And yeah, thanks for that lurk. I really appreciate it. So, the color enhancer, do we really need? I guess we can just see. No, we don't really need to. Okay, so let's add a little extra saturation, a little extra brightness there. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, Ultrav. Yeah, that's great of you uh, for being up at 3 in the morning and just watching the stream until you've reached your limit. Okay, so what other filter can we use? We don't need We don't need the sunshine filter because this thing's already pretty bright. Let's see, what else can we do? Yeah, we can do a little bit of sharpening. Actually, we did some already in there with. So we can add a little dynamic contrast, and I'll show you what that does. As you can see, that's what it does. So we just need a little bit there. Don't need too much. What else is there? I think that's all that is needed on this one. So as you can see, sometimes photos don't need a lot of work on them. It's a little bit here and a little bit there. So yeah, some photos, as you've noticed, do need a lot of work, but some, just a little bit of enhancement and you're good to go. Okay, and here's another picture of those same berries. This was another tree as I was walking towards, where was it, Vautier Flats, to the west of the Glenfield area. And this was in the shade, and again, as you can see, there's a lot of berries in that tree. Um, and again, I don't think you're supposed to eat these berries. I don't know what kind of berries they are, but I don't think you're supposed to eat them. So let me just check to make sure. No chromatic aberration. It doesn't look like it, so let's go tone and color. We can do exposure after we do all these other adjustments. Okay. Do a little bit of highlight there. Do a little bit of the midtones. Let's turn down the shadows a little bit. The whites we can turn down a little bit. The blacks, turn that down a little bit. We can add a little extra structure down the haze. Don't want any haze or fog. This one we can add a extra daylight. Well, there's a bit of sunlight, but the shade really warms it up. Okay, we can do daylight. Okay, yeah, we want a little bit of saturation there, a little bit of vibrance there, because we can enhance the berries a little more and enhance the leaves a little more. And there is a foliage filter. Well, there's a foliage adjustment you can do. I'll show you that just now because this is a better tree to use it with. So we'll add a little extra sharpening. Yeah. Now let's go to the effects filter and let me show you color enhancer. That's what I want. As you can see, this is what foliage does. It makes it really green. Now, turn it down, as you can see, that's what it does, but if we turn it all the way up, that's what it does. So let's go about there. And also, we'll increase the saturation a bit of those berries. I think here we can add the sunlight filter, or the sunshine filter. Get a natural one. Add a little extra. Oh, we don't want too much glow. Add a little extra glow. Let's see what happens when We want to warm it up a bit. A little extra saturation. What else is there to do? You know what? Let's add a little dynamic contrast, not too much, just a little bit, like that. So as you can see, a little more detail, but not like, to the point where it's completely crunchy and unrecognizable. And oh, and maybe a little extra clarity, or maybe some clarity. This is what happens. Again, too crunchy. So just a little bit, and yeah, there it is. And the next picture, I think you'd seen it. It's of Vautier Flats from. Now, when you walk in Fish Creek Park, like last time I was, like the previous time I was there, but oh hey, level 3 depression. Thanks for coming in. Oh, don't worry. I've just finished the first 6 pictures. There's still a good number to go. So yeah, there's still quite a bit. Well, the stream is going well. Lots of people are coming in to watch the photo editing. They really want to, yeah, they really want to learn about all the different types of things that go into photo editing. Okay, so how's your day going at level 3 depression? Yeah, so I think this is a good way to show you what Aurora HDR does. So let me just go to the photo library, DxO Photo Lab. This is Vautier Flats. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. That's really great of you, level 3 depression. So, I'm going to show you HDR editing. Now, oh, that's good that your day is going well, yeah. When it comes down to a day off, that's when you have to do all the different types of things. So, yeah, like when I went in late June to Fish Creek Park, I took a wrong left turn. I thought I was going to Vautier Flats, and and I didn't go into Vautier Flats because I didn't see this viewpoint here. Which what you have to do is you have to go up this hill, or like it's a small hill, not too big, and then and then you'll see another left turn, and that's the one that you take, and you see this viewpoint. And this is what I'm going to use to show you HDR editing. Alright, so here's the trick that I use for this. Now, there's another method for creating HDR. The other method I'll tell you right now. I think there's an HDR setting in a lot of these. Oh, Jess, hey, thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Yeah, so in DSLR and mirrorless cameras, I think there's an HDR setting, and you can set how many brackets there are, and the camera will take the number of pictures that you've set it to, and it'll adjust the exposure based on. Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, the stream is going well, and yeah, we're getting through the photos here. I'm actually just about to show how to edit HDRs. So you're just in time. Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, and another method that people will use is they'll take a picture, adjust the exposure like the exposure compensation setting manually, take the picture again, and they'll adjust it again manually, and then take the picture again. So what they'll do is one stop, they'll below the regular exposure, they'll take a picture. They'll take a picture of the regular exposure, and they'll overexpose by a stop for the other picture. And there is a setting, like I said, in DSLR cameras that also allow you to do that. Uh, like that, have the camera handle that for you. They'll take 3 pictures, 5 pictures, 7 pictures. Like, you can get pretty big brackets. Now, for me, I don't have the kind of time to be able to do that, so I just take one single picture. Now, before, when I was, especially before I had On1 Photo Raw, and, wait, let me just, before I do that, before I had On1 Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab, I would just edit the original picture, like, just a single picture in HDR, and worked out well for me. But now that I have these pieces of software, I can use this trick. But first, I have to make sure that I get rid of all the exposure compensation and more. Or I don't know if it's more A or more. I'll have to check on the. Oh, we got another follow. Rice Ball King, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in. How are you doing today? Oh, wait. Is that rice? Yeah. Is that rice? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, my day's going well, and the photo editing is going well. The stream is going well. So, for everybody who's new to the photo editing streams here that I've done, I will mention a lot about Chromatic Aberration. What that is just simply, this is more in RAW files than Jpeg files. Oh, thanks, Level 3 Depression. I really appreciate that. So yeah, the Chromatic Aberration, what it is those pink and green lines that you see over here in the trees and leaves. Like you just saw. See how there were pink and green and lines in the leaves and the trees? That's what Chromatic Aberration is, and it's usually caused by the way the light hits the lens, especially in sunlight, but sometimes also at sunset. So you want to remove that from a raw file. Then Moire, this is especially true when it's like, gravel and rocks. Hey, we got a donation here! Oh, Jess, thanks for the donation, I really appreciate it! Yeah, thanks for the donation, I really appreciate that! Yeah, anyway, so what more is, it's like, those, it's more in the rocks and gravel and dirt and all that. And sometimes, like in buildings, you'll see these lines as well. But they're also the pink and green lines that you see in that, and you want to remove that as well, otherwise that'll affect the look of the image. Or we can do this in the software. So now that we've removed those two things, the Chromatic Aberration and the Moire, what we'll do is this is the trick that I use. I create a virtual copy, and I create another virtual copy. So we have two virtual copies. And the first one, what I do is I set the exposure down by a stop. So it's underexposed by one stop. Then, the second one, I overexpose it by a stop. Alright, so now what I do is I select all three photos, and oh, we got another donation. Jessica donated another $20. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Alright, so let's okay, all three are selected. So then you export to application, export it to the Aurora HDR, and you make sure all this is okay. You want it to be 16-bit. You want it to be a TIFF. So now we export the file, and we just have to wait until it exports, and I'll show you what it does in Aurora HDR. Okay, level 3 depression. I appreciate you sharing my stream in a few discords, and I appreciate you coming in. And yeah, I also appreciate the lurk. Thanks for coming by. Right, so yeah, this part takes a little while because then it's going to do another process before it finally opens up in Aurora HDR. Right, so it's creating TIFF files now, and right here it is. So these are the 3 brackets that I created. Yeah, that'll work fine. We can align those. Well, there aren't really any. We don't want that because that'll just add to the purple or the pink and green, or purple and green as it's needed anyway. So now let's create the HDR from our 3 brackets. Now the Skyloom hasn't made a new. Well, they made Aurora HDR 2019, but they didn't make too many changes to it. And they haven't released another version of Aurora HDR since then, but there are a few other HDR software. I haven't used them, so I can't really comment on them. But they seem like they might be okay. You can do a search for HDR software and take a look for yourself to see which one works. Okay, so this is the HDR software. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to straighten it out, and let me just reset. Let's hear. ISO Gaming Official. Thanks for coming in. How are you doing today? And yeah, this is a photo editing stream. I'm like I took some photos last Monday, and yeah, I'm editing them on stream here. Actually, I had a lot of demand for photo editing streams. Did one about a month ago, and couldn't do another one until today because there was so much smoke in Calgary. So yeah, I've finally able to do the second one here. Right, so the white balance. Okay, so we can do that. Now, we'll worry about exposure afterwards. Now here's where the HDR part comes in. There's a slider called HDR Enhance. You turn it up all the way, you can see what it does. Yeah, it's an HDR software that's made by Skyloom. Yeah, it's strictly to make strictly for creating HDR images. Right, so Smart Tone, as you can see, this is what it does. And turn on the highlights a little bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I use all different types of software. Actually, because there's going to be some dust spot removal. I'll show you what I use instead of, like, it's a Photoshop alternative, but has very similar tools for some as Photoshop. Let's turn on the whites a little bit. Let's turn up the blacks. So let's see. Okay, so we'll turn down the exposure just a little bit. Now the color, we don't want to oversaturate it, that's for sure. Add a little vibrance, do a little bit of color contrast here. Now here's another part that is HDR. This is HDR structure. Alright, so here's HDR microstructure. And there you go. So we've turned a regular image into a more HDR type of image. And do a little bit of denoising here. Oh, we got another follow. Oh, ISO Gaming, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, I want HDR. And we'll be removing these dust spots, don't worry. Now, image radiance. this is what it does. It adds a glow to these types of photos. You put it up all the way, this is what it does. So we'll increase that a little bit. And do a little bit of extra brightness. A little more in the shadows, whatever we can. Vividness. Right, now the polarizing filter is built in penguins, yep. Yeah, penguins are one of my teams. I follow, I like the Flames, the Penguins, and the Habs. Right, so the polarizing filter, as you can see, just does the polarizing effect, and it's just like what was in On One Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab. Yeah, too bad Montreal couldn't win the Stanley Cup this year. Okay, so this is another part of HDR that you can really do to make your photos look even more enhanced when it comes onto HDR. Okay, so the glow that helps more in nighttime shots because as you can see, it doesn't really do a lot. It just does something in the sky, so we won't do anything there. So top and bottom line, this is basically your graduated neutral density filter. Just doing a little bit here, not too much. Okay, we don't want it to look nuclear green there. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, so we'll just warm it up a little bit there. Uh, and there is a dodge and burn here, but I don't think I'll need that. Color toning. This is. Oh, you're from Pittsburgh. Wow. Well, that must be. You must get into some debates with your friends then. When it comes down to the Penguins and the Habs. Okay, so let's export this as a TIFF. Let's see, where is it? Export. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's export as a TIFF here. Make sure to put it onto the desktop. We'll delete that. All that we just saw, because we have to remove some of these, I have to remove those dust spots that came up. But this is the advantage of this workflow now, with using the DxO Photo Lab and all that. Easier to catch and takes less time there. Okay, you're from Pennsylvania. Okay, so yeah, if you're a Habs fan, that means you don't just hate the Penguins. You also hate the Flyers. So what we'll do is we just check to make sure that they didn't leave it too crunchy in the sky before I move on. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks okay. Now what we'll do is we'll just remove those dust spots there. Wondering what happened there anyway, so we'll go to the desktop, we'll move this one. And go into Affinity Photo. And this is, everybody who just came into the stream today, this is the Photoshop alternative that I use. It's got a lot of the same tools that Photoshop does, but it's cheaper and you don't have to worry about the subscription. Alright. Now let's get rid of those dust spots here. Just Oh, Katie, hey! Thanks for coming in. How are you doing? You just missed the HDR editing that I did on this photo. Hey, how's your day going? I'm doing good. Yeah, the photo editing is going well. The stream is going well. Yeah, so I just showed the HDR editing and the trick that I use to get in to make the photos ready for HDR editing. And I'm just removing the dust spots that are in this photo. Like, everybody, like, when it comes down to dust spots, HDR is especially a way to determine where the dust spots are, and um, because they're more visible, but it's a lot easier once, like before, to remove the dust spots. It would take me forever because, as I was saying earlier, I didn't have on one photo raw DxO Photo Lab. The software that I was using that was the Lightroom alternative was what was it, Skyloom? Well, first it was Creative Kit, MacFun, Creative Kit, and then when MacFun changed their name to Skyloom. They decommissioned Creative Kit, and they have now Luminar, but I mean, I didn't really like Luminar. It wasn't really too effective at removing chromatic aberration, especially. Uh, but also, um, another thing is that like it was very buggy at times, and instead of and one thing Skyrim kept doing was, instead of dealing with those bugs and improving the chromatic aberration removal, they would just add more features that nobody asked for. So that's why I stopped using it, and then I tried the demos for DxO Photo Lab and on one photo raw, and I really liked what they did. I really liked the kind of enhancements that they did. Oh, thanks for the lurk, ISO Gaming. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so really liked what On One Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab did. So and so I was able to finally buy them a couple of years ago, because I finally had some, like, enough money for those two pieces of software. Let's check to see if there's anything that I missed for uh, dust spots there. But sometimes yeah, the dust spots, you think you get rid of them all, and then you print out the photo, and somehow they just show up there. You just gotta, you have to make sure you get rid of them all. Okay, I think I got rid of all the dust spots. Don't see any others. Okay, so we can export that. Great. Okay, so now that one's done. So yeah, that's how HDR editing works. As you can see, it looks well, Trav. Okay, yeah. All right. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate that. You have a yeah, you have a good night, and you sleep well. Yeah, thanks again for the follow. Oh, yeah, thanks, Katie. Yeah, so as you can see, that's HDR editing. That's what you can do. If I find another photo, I'll show it again so you can all see it. Let's see here. Okay, we'll need to go to number 11. Oh, that's... Oh, okay, yeah, so those are the copies that I made. And the good thing about virtual copies is they don't take up any space on your hard drive, so sure that. Wait. Let me just check in here, see if what was that taking it? Was that it? Oh, shouldn't be any chromatic aberration in here. Yeah, Eltrav, yeah, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you being up so late to watch some of the stream here and watch some of the photos getting edited. Okay, so I don't think there's any chromatic aberration. There's definitely no moire here. Yeah, didn't think at 50 millimeters there would be anything. All right, let's check that. Yeah, so we can use on-one photo raw for this, and you'll see. Now here we'll have to do a little more because of. Okay, well we can use crop actually. Straighten that out a little bit. Oh, let's reset that. Okay, let's see here. What are we trying to do here? Okay. I want those trees to look crooked. Yeah, okay, there we go. We'll apply that. The crop. And the reason is because, as you saw, it was a little crooked, and then, let's see here. We'll worry about exposure afterwards. On the highlights, good. Try and get some more blue from the sky. Turn on those midtones. Okay, we'll turn on the shadows a little bit. Yeah, turn on the, it's a little bit more. And for those of you who were here, like for the last photo editing stream, you'll remember there was a little bit of smoke in the sky. See what a difference it makes without any smoke in the sky? That looks so much nicer. Okay, so we'll take out the haze. And again, there's like whenever you're taking a picture, sometimes there's atmospheric haze in it, so you have to use that dehaze or haze slider or whatever it's called to remove it. If you're doing HDR editing, the haze gets removed through the HDR anyway, but with smoke, yeah, it's not getting removed no matter how hard you try. So now we can increase the exposure just a little bit. Less daylight, you know. Oh, we'll do daylight there. And we'll do a little extra saturation there. A little extra vibrance there. We'll straighten it out, so now here, let's see here. We'll add some clarity, I think, to the photo. Oh. One thing I forgot to show you that I just remembered, is you can, like when you're doing dust spot removal, you can also do it in here, and yeah, there are some dust spots, so do retouch, do that, and you do like that, and yes, we're gonna have to redo all. You know what? Let's just go back to history and go all the way to the crop first, and then we'll do the dust spot removal once again. Because yeah, I just remembered that I had to do that because let's. But anyway, we have an idea of what to do now. So, but yeah, this is another way. This is some free preset that I found. Like I did a search, a Google search or a YouTube search or something like that about how to remove dust spots in on-one photo raw, and a video came up, and the guy said, and this dust spot removal that preset that I set, it's free. So yeah, that was really that really helped. But yeah, you do have to. This is usually the first thing I do when I'm able to do some editing of a landscape in on-one photo raw is to remove those dust spots. As you can see, it's a lot different compared to the other method. There we go. So again, in case you're wondering how I was quickly able to lower the size of the circle here, it was just using the bracket keys that are right beside the P key on the keyboard. Very quick and very easy. You don't have to then go up and adjust the sliders up there at the top here. Okay, let's see here. See anything else here? Oh, yeah, there's a spot that nearly snuck by me. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna have to undo that because I accidentally clicked it. Okay, there we go. And I'm sure a lot of you know this, but if you don't, quick way to do an undo of what you did. And it doesn't matter what software you're using. It works even it works with Word and what is it with like any software like the. It's just either Control Z on Windows or Command Z on Mac. Okay, looks like I got rid of all of them. Oh, no, I did not. Just found another one. Okay, so it looks like I think I got rid of all the dust spots this time. Oh, no, I did not. There's one right there. Okay. Yeah. Looks like I got rid of all of them. So, what I'll do now is I'll rid of curves here. Oh, let me do a command. No, command 0 is what you do to get the image all the way back to normal. Sure, it gets the crop did stay. Then we'll reset the tone and color, and now do all that again with the adjustments. Okay, yeah, maybe we can raise the shadows on those whites a little bit. On the blacks a little bit. We want to recover the highlight hue. Don't really need too much structure in here. What we really need to do is remove that and then exposure just a tad. And we want daylight for that. Do a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance, and then okay, so now we'll add some clarity to it, but this is what happens when you go all the way up. It adds way too much, so just a little bit. Then color enhancer. I think what we'll do is we'll do foliage, and as you can see, that makes it really green. So let's turn down the saturation a little bit, and let's see what happens. What was that? 40. Let's turn it down a little bit to, yeah, we'll turn it down to there, and that way it doesn't look so nuclear green. um, yeah, we'll add the sunshine filter this time around. Make it natural. Add a little bit of glow here. Turn down this. Oh no, increase the saturation just a tad, a little warmer, and then it down just a little bit. Turn it down so it doesn't look so bad. Let's see here. We don't need that. That. Oh, yes, a photo filter this time. Here's why. We don't want that. We don't want lavender. Does your polarizer work? see what happens. You know what? Done these enhancements. Let's move it over to. Let's move it over to. Is it Colorfx Pro? And we want to edit a copy with settings applied. Right, so now we're in Colorfx Pro. I guess we can't put it to full screen yet, but okay. Let's see. Okay, yep, so the polarizing filter will just do, don't want it that much, because that doesn't look proper, so we'll put it at about that much. No. Right, so we'll add a filter, and for everybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream or earlier, you have to do add filter every time you want to do another effect on top of what you did, otherwise you lose what you did. We already did sunlight. You know what, let's do Brilliance warmth. And see, add a little extra saturation. Warm it up just a little bit more. We don't want to add too much pink to this. Yeah, we want to do the graduated neutral density. So let's do that for the upper. That for the lower. Blend it up a bit. I'm gonna do a little bit of vertical shift. Okay, so what else can we do? Yeah, no, we already did foliage. I'll just make it to a natural. Let's try contrast color range and see what we can do. Yeah. So do that for the color contrast. We'll the brightness a little bit. Okay. Let's see how that looks without it. Still looks really nice. I think, let me just see if Pro Contrast works, otherwise you can always remove that. Color cast. Contrast. Contrast. Let's check. Okay, yeah, so I think that's good, so those will save the image. It's a TIFF. Oh no, this is the final one. Move it here now. Okay, so save that. Hopefully it saves properly this time. It looks like, well, maybe it didn't, I don't know. Anyway, since we already did what we needed to do, just delete that one. So, we can just delete that one, since we already got what we needed with it. Hold on, let me just see what happens. Gotta make sure of something before I move on to the next picture. So it doesn't look like... okay, so I think you're supposed to save it there. Anyway, it's fine. Alright, so now let's just check to make sure. Okay, so that was also 50 millimeters. And this is like at that viewpoint I was talking about. This is also uh, this is like looking the other way from the viewpoint, like looking down a little, and you get to see more of the forest there. Hold on, I just got an email. I just got an email here. Oh, okay, never. Okay, so okay, so I think that email was about the two donations I got from Jess. Again, Jess, thank you for those donations. I really appreciate it. All right, so we just check for chromatic aberration here again, and you have to always check for that when you're like when you're dealing with raw files, because those things make it they do make a difference in the quality of the picture. And it doesn't look like they're in here any chromatic aberration and those pink or purple and green lines that you see. So yeah, there's nothing there. So we'll first look for dust spots, and here we're gonna have to adjust the exposure so they're more visible, those dust spots. Okay, yeah, here they are. Okay, let's hope that, yeah, okay. Alright, so we'll have to use this to... Oh, here's another one. Okay. Right, let's see if, so that's not gonna work. We have to take it over there. Let's see here. Oh, here's the dust spot. Sometimes those dust spots just aren't visible, and then you just run into them. Let's see here. All right. Let's see what else is there. Okay, that should help in terms of finding any other dust spots that I missed. As you can see, sometimes, yeah, sometimes they're a little hidden and not able to find them. Okay, it looks like that's all I'm able to find in terms of the dust spot, so we'll not minimize that, but we'll reset it. And those effects, then first thing I have to do, make sure it's set to the right lens that I'd used. Oh, as I was saying before, um, about the, let's see, what's the one I want? As I was saying about the animals, I, uh, yeah, I couldn't get animal pictures. I had seen a deer, and I had seen a couple of yes, a bird that I had never seen before. Unfortunately, the deer ran into the bushes or walked into the bushes before I had a chance to change the lens on my camera, and and the birds, they were flying around so fast that yeah, I couldn't get the picture of them, and yeah, those birds couldn't sit still for 10 seconds at all. Yeah, so no animal pictures today, just because of that. So let's see here. No, we don't really need any sharpening there. Sure, yeah, we'll probably want the neutral density, so we'll have to send this into. You know what? Let's add the clarity filter, and then we can do that, or the clarity adjustment. Yeah, that okay. So now we'll send it into was it Colorfx Pro? And then we'll do the rest of the adjustments in there. Okay. Uh, yeah, Dark One Zach, the stream is going well. Yeah, I actually got a couple of donations for my friend Jess. So yeah, that was awesome, and yeah, people are coming in to watch here. So yeah, and yeah, the editing is going well too. I hope yeah you were safe in the hope you were safe in the smoke that is here again. All right, so here's the so the first thing we'll do is we'll do some polarization. As you can see, there was still a little bit of smoke there, but it on or last Monday, but it wasn't so bad that I'm gonna go out and take these photos. Let's adjust the foliage a little bit. Okay, and let's see here. What can we do? Add a little sunlight filter. Oh, if we go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. For me, this is a good day to edit photos anyway because, yeah, yeah, I don't go out much when it's this smoky out. Okay, so we'll add some contrast there. We'll add a little extra saturation. Then let's do a little brilliance warmth here. Okay. Don't need to add too much tint there. And finally, we can do the graduated neutral density here. Blend it up. Vertical shift there. Oh, showed the books on Amazon. All right. So what I'll do is since we already did that, I'll save the image. Okay, so we got our first ever redemption of Show the Books on Amazon. I'll just do that right now after I save 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, we just got a redemption, so I'll do that right now. I'll take a break from the editing photos, and I'll show everybody all the books that I've written on Amazon there. And just save the image. Oh, oh, okay, Dark One Zach. Yeah, this is the right stream to be in. Then, like with Colorfx Pro, that's part of the Nick collection. So it's a series of plugins. It works with a lot of different types of software. So you can get all different kinds of effects with them. Uh, and then there's also Aurora HDR. So that one you can do HDR editing on the photos. This is on one Photo Raw, so that's another Lightroom alternative. Exo Photolab is a Lightroom alternative. So, so now let me just show you all the books that I've written and on Amazon. So, right. So let me just go. First, I'll show you where they are on Amazon.ca. If you just do search for my name, okay, here they are. So this is the first. This is my latest release, actually. Oh, they listed it in reverse order of release. Okay, so this is my latest release. That was released last year, as you can see, in October of last year. This one is called The Crime in the Woods. This is the one that's about the group of children who investigate the murder of a man that they find in the woods. It's available, as you can see, in Kindle version, hardcover, and paperback. It's also available for Kobo and Android and Apple and Nook and other types of e-devices. This one, it's yeah, this one took a I got like the first draft written throughout 2019, and then last year the editing, and it took a while to get the editing done, but finally it finally got done. Like all the editing pretty much got done then around September or early October. So then it was just a matter of getting it published. But yeah, this is where it is on Amazon.ca. Let's see here. Oh, okay. And this is the third book, The Treasure of Milky Lake. This is the one where children are on vacation, and they find the abandoned cabin, and they find out that there's a treasure that might be hidden in the mountains, or like hidden in the forests or something. So they go with their parents on the treasure hunt. Again, this is also available in all formats, as you can see. Uh, so yeah, here, so yeah, that's hardcover, paperback. Although paperback, I don't know exactly. Like this is Amazon.ca. Like it'll be available on like the paperback for sure. I know is on Amazon.com. Uh, I don't know if the paperback's available on Amazon.ca, but yeah. So there's that. There's that book. And this is the second book that I wrote. This is the one that a lot that I truly believe gamers will really like, because this one is about a guy who gets laid off from his job, gets addicted to video games. Then one day when he's playing during a thunderstorm, lightning strikes the console and sends him to the video game world. Then he finds out from their video game government that he has to play a certain number of games in a certain order that only that video game government knows, and actually beat the games in order to get back home. So he gets a guide, but sometimes he gets to play with his guide, sometimes he doesn't. He has to play on his own. But yeah, this one I think gamers would really like. Again, available in all different formats. So yeah, if you want to check it out, there's the title there, Journey Through the Video Game World. And this one is the first book that I ever wrote, Kicking from Beyond the 40. It's actually based on a grade 10 assignment that I did. And the assignment sheet, okay, the assignment was either writing a short story or the first chapter of a book. And I think the short story was something a little too complex for me, so I chose the first chapter of a book. And on the assignment sheet, it said, the great book you'll finish in the future. Now, at that time, I thought, yeah, right, like that's ever gonna happen. But the idea kept coming back to me. And then finally, in 2012, I just finally decided to write it, and yeah, this is the book. And there were actually two versions. Like, this is the second edition. The first edition I published through this site called Lulu.com, and it was only available there. But then when what I use now, which is Blurb.c, which is Blurb, once they had Ingram, once they had the Ingram distribution, which included Amazon. Oh, thank you, Dark One Zach. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that purchase. Yeah. So anyway, once I got it onto Blurb, then because they have the hardcover, and I really wanted to ensure it was available in paperback hardcover. And then later on, I was able to get into Kindle edition. Uh, what I did was I got it published on there, so that and there were some there were a few typos in that in the first edition that I didn't catch. So with the second edition, I fixed all the typos. Whoa, yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So for those of you in Canada, yeah, there it is on Amazon.ca, and I'll show you where they are on Amazon.com. Okay, so here's Journey Through the Video Game World on Amazon.com. The paperback, Kindle, hardcover, it's available all there. And as you can see, the paperback is in stock there. And the paperback for Journey Through the Video Game World and The Treasure of Milky Lake, that's still published through Lulu.com, but the others are and the hardcovers are through Blurb for these two books. Oh, how old I am? Yeah, I'm 37 years old, right? Yeah, I'm 37 years old. I'll be turning 38 in November. So yeah, there's the Treasure of Milky Lake on Amazon.com here. There's the paperback version, as you can see, in those in stock there. And let's see. And there's the Crime in the Woods there, the latest release. And oh, Vin, hey! Thanks for coming in. Somebody redeemed Show the Books on Amazon. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. I'll be getting back to the photo editing, but I have a channel point redemption called Show the Books on Amazon, so that's what I'm doing. I just showed the books on Amazon.ca, now I'm showing them on Amazon.com, and because there's a few people, I believe, from the UK, I'm going to show it on the UK Amazon before I get back to the photo editing. Alright, so here's the Crime in the Woods on Amazon.com, as you can see. There's the Kindle hardcover and paperback there. Then, finally, Kicking from Beyond the 40, here it is on, on the Amazon.com here. Oh, well, I've always enjoyed writing. Actually, something that some people don't know about me is I actually got invited to 4 straight Young Writers conferences. It was either grade 4, 5, 6, 7, grade 5 or grade 5, 6, 7, 8. But yeah, I always got like I had gotten invited to those 4th Street Young Writers conferences, and so co.uk accept, said accept. Okay, so and for those of you in the UK who are watching the stream right now, in case you're wondering, the books are available for you as well. Here it is, Kindle, hardcover, and I think the paperback should be available. Yep, there it is, showing up in stock. Oh, I'm lagging a bit. Let's see. Oh, okay, okay. Um, yeah, it's just because like right now I have a few programs open, but buffering a bit. Oh, okay. So it shows in the green. It shows very low CPU usage. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm almost done with this. I just gotta show the people in the UK. You see, there's Treasure of Milky Lake there on Amazon, and again, there it is in stock. Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, the stream is going well. The people are coming in to watch the photos getting edited. Um, just gotta finish with this, and then we'll return to the photo editing. Yeah, and again, there's King from Beyond the 40 on Amazon UK. And finally, the Crime in the Woods here. And there it is. So, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that's where the... Oh, okay, that's good that the stream stopped buffering, yeah, because I just checked and it doesn't look like that it was using up too much of the CPU here. But anyway, so yeah, so that's where you can get the books on Amazon there. So if you ever get a chance to, yeah, you can look them up and hopefully buy them. And again, thank you, Dark One Zach, for that purchase. I really appreciate that. Yeah, okay, so it is showing that it's in the green. It's 30 frames per second. Okay, so now let's move on to the next picture. Let's see the information about that. Yeah, that I think I already know is going to need to be um, okay. That one I know is going to need to be edited in here because one thing about that lens is at 17 millimeters, there's a lot of chromatic aberration. So, yep, there was some chromatic aberration. As you can see, this thing removed it. And again, for those of you who aren't familiar with chromatic aberration is, it's those pink or purple and green lines that show up in a raw file, especially with trees and leaves and other things. And we just have to get rid of the moire here. Um, and what moire is like, those same pink or purple and green lines that show up in like rocks and buildings and gravel. Right, so now, so let's put that white balance at daylight. We'll worry about that after we're done with these edits here. Clear View Plus, that's the haze removal. A lot of photos, especially with landscape, like a lot of landscape photos will have atmospheric haze, so yeah, well, that's so you have to kind of try and remove that. So okay, so increase the shadows as well, and then we'll just do that with the blacks a bit, and the exposure compensation. Go down a little bit there, and we'll edit the contrast here. Okay, and then we'll increase the vibrancy a little bit, saturation. Wait, does this need to be straightened a little bit? No horizon detected, okay. I think it looks straight there. Okay, so we'll then send it over to Colorfx Pro to do the rest of the edits. So while that's loading, I'll just be right back. I gotta go to the washroom. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So we'll continue with the editing. Let's see here. So polarization, all the way. That's what it does. Okay. Add a filter. What else can we? Well, let's do the foliage. Enhance it a bit. We don't want a nuclear green, but we want. Yeah, there. We'll edit it then. What else can we do? Oh yeah, graduated neutral density. Want that. Okay, I'll blend it there. Shift it. Okay, so we'll do that much. Right, let's see here. We'll do the sunlight filter. Yeah, that's gonna be good. I think we can strengthen it out a little bit more there. Let's turn on the brightness a little bit. Let's increase the contrast a little bit, and yeah, okay, there we go. Let's add some brilliance and warmth there. Let's increase the saturation. Try and increase that saturation a little bit. And let's see, no, that cools it off. Let's warm it up a bit. Right, so okay, so we'll save that, and you'll see what I'm doing in just a second. This is because I tried doing it the other way. It didn't work the way I wanted it to, but this way it should work. So now, there we go. So now you'll see what I'm going to do here. Okay, now we're just going to move those dust spots. We're not supposed to remove the dust spots in that one. So, just have to wait until... Anyway, with Analog Effects Pro, it basically Just does a bunch of effects based on different cameras that you have, or like some vintage cameras there. Like you see all like the vintage effect here, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to um, remove the dust spots there. Okay, so let's zoom in and start looking for dust spots. Let's see here. Yeah, sometimes removing the dust spots does take a while, but it is necessary because, again, it's especially when you're printing them out, they can be very obvious to see. Okay, like what kind of work are you talking about? Let's check out. Oh, there's another dust spot there. Oh, yeah, I don't do logos. Yeah, like in terms of like the photography logo you see for my profile picture, yeah, I don't do logos. Like with that logo that I did for like the like for my profile picture, that's my photography logo. I just did that in Canva, so yeah, I don't really do logos. Like, thanks for thinking of me, but yeah, I don't do logos. Yeah. So let's see here. If there's any. Sometimes these dust spots are hidden and sometimes they're not, but okay, let's just get rid of these two since I don't know what those are. Okay. Um, oh, there's the dust spot that I knew would probably be there. Yeah, sometimes uh, one thing that I've noticed is before the longest part of editing photos, when I didn't have, especially the XO Photo Lab there, was removing the chromatic aberration. Now the longest part of it is the dust spot removal. So I mean, I'd rather that dust spot removal takes a little longer than chromatic aberration removal because yes, sometimes it would take an hour per photo just because of how much chromatic aberration there was and how difficult it was at times to remove it. Uh, dust spots take less time to remove. Right, so I think I got rid of all of them. The dust spot. Oh, maybe it's there. Okay, let's see here. I think I think that's all the dust spots that had to be removed. See any others, so we can now finish up and export this photo. Okay. So now, move on to the next one. Let's just check information here. 29 millimeters. Yeah, sometimes there is chromatic aberration in 29 millimeters, so we'll just here, then that way. Okay, that does look a little crooked. Let's just check. There was a little bit of chromatic aberration, so get rid of that. Well, software will get rid of that easily. Get rid of more. Oh, no. What I wanted. Don't detect the horizon, but okay. So, as you can see, the image now got straightened out there. So, the next thing that we do is some daylight. About exposure after we do the rest of these adjustments. Plus, okay. I'll turn down the highlights a bit. And the midtones. Okay, and the shadows. Turn on those blacks a little bit there. Now, let's increase the exposure a little bit. Okay, so we'll do that much contrast, then we'll add a little vibrancy, a little extra saturation, and then finish it up. Finish it up in Colorfx Pro. I will show everybody a black and white edit. I just gotta find something. There will be an image that I think I'll be able to edit that I can do in black and white. Yeah, don't worry, I'll find the image to do in black and white so I can show you what it looks like in uh like how you do the editing in black and white, like using Silverfx Pro. Right, so good. The polarization. We'll do that much. Here. Next one we can do. You know what? Let's do the foliage filter next. Okay, and green. Bring it down to about there. Let's see here. The next one we can do is. Oh, yeah, do a sunlight filter. Um, we'll put it there. Temperature we can make there. I think the brightness is too high. That's what it is. We'll turn down the brightness a bit. Add a little contrast there. We'll add some saturation there. Let's see, what else can we do? Yeah, we'll probably want the graduated neutral density there. We'll turn that down a little bit. That up a little bit. There. blend. Shift vertically a little bit there. And then we can do a Brilliance warmth to really enhance this image a little bit more. And yeah. Then we'll save that, so in that way we can properly, so in that way, you know, we don't lose any of the edits, like we did with the first few of these ones that were done in Colorfx Pro. Right, so now what I'll do is I'll open that in Affinity Photo there. Okay, so now again we just look for dust spots, so in that way move them. Here we go. And one thing is, with this ink painting brush, you have to be very careful with pressing the mouse button, because it'll, because if you actually press it before you're ready, yeah, yeah. Don't see, well, maybe that's one, I don't know. See too many of them, the dust spots. Oh, I just found a couple of dust spots there. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing on my MacBook here, how I'm able to move around the the photo while still having my hand on the mouse. I'm using my left hand, and there's, like, on a MacBook, there's a trackpad at the bottom of like below the keyboard, and when you use two fingers, it moves around the photo like this. So that's a very handy trick, especially when you're doing something like this. Let's see here. Looks like everything's good there. See any dust spots that need to be removed. Unless they're so light that can't see them. Oh, I don't see any other dust spots here. Oh, I just saw one there, I think. Sometimes it's a little hard to see these dust spots. But like, I've also been to Vautier Flats in the wintertime. January 2018, that was before, in 2018, the snow on top of snow on top of snow, where the snow ended up reaching my knees. Now, give you an idea of how much snow had fallen in 2018 from about February to April, I think. I'm 6'1", okay? That's how tall I am. 6'1". And the snow got up to my knees. Alright? That's how bad the snow was. And at Dark One Zach, I'm sure you also remember all that snow that we got in 2018. Yeah, so yeah, that's how much snow had fallen. The snow got up to my knees. Sure. What's the information for this one? Oh, we got another follow. Oh, Oh, Jigsaw Killer, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? Let me just close this. Okay, so because that was at 17 millimeters, well, I'm doing great. Yeah, the photo editing is going well, and yeah, the stream is going well too. And with all the smoke outside, good day to edit photos, that's for sure. So that chromatic aberration is gone, so we'll just get rid of the moire. And for everybody who's for everybody who wonders what moire is and chromatic aberration, moire, like it's more like it's there in the buildings, and also in the gravel, the dirt, the grass. It's those pink or purple and green lines that you see, and chromatic aberrations. It's like on the sides of buildings and in the trees. Um, Sometimes in the water as well. Uh, and you want to remove that because otherwise it's not going to be, it's not going to look very well. And yeah, especially when you print out the images, yeah, it's very noticeable the chromatic aberration. So now that the chromatic aberration has been removed, and start the editing of this photo, and yeah, there's the white balance. So we'll worry about the exposure after we do these other ones, and for everybody who's new to my photo editing streams, in case you're like in DxO, in case you're wondering what DxO Clearview Plus is, that's basically the haze removal that is done by the software. Like this is what happens when there's no haze removal, and as you can see, that's where the haze removal comes in handy. And it's the atmospheric haze, it's especially noticeable in the sky. Um, But anyway, when I was talking about how I was in Vautier Flats during the winter in January 2018, like all that, like all this was snow covered, and the creek and Fish Creek itself was, I think it was still icy, and it looked really nice. It just looked so nice, so great to look at. And remember, and I remember taking a picture of that with all the snow cover, and yeah, it's actually on my Instagram. So yeah, if you follow me on Instagram, we'll have to scroll a bit, but you'll be able to find that picture there. Okay, so we'll reduce the highlights there. We'll that with the midtones. We'll do that with the shadows. Yeah, the blacks. Let's see. I think we can raise the blacks a bit this time. And I think we'll reduce the exposure a little bit. Okay, so yeah, and we added some vibrancy and saturation. Let's see if there's any. Okay, that looked a little. Okay, maybe it's just be a little bit more straight, but oh, you don't want to. Oh no, not that way. Okay, let's straighten it the other way because I didn't get it the right way. Yeah, that's the right way to straighten it. That looks more straight now. Let's just get a little more. See. Okay. Yeah, that looks good for straightening. So now let's send it into Colorfx Pro. Okay, so there's the polarization. We'll add that much. Okay, and then the next one, yeah, I think we'll do the foliage enhancement next. Green, a little bit nuclear green. Here's I see how. Oh, Mr. Kingme, thank you for coming in. How are you doing? And Ara, how are you doing today? Okay, so we did the foliage enhancement. Right, so we'll add the, I think we'll add the sunlight filter there. Okay, Vin, thanks for coming in and really appreciate you watching. Oh, Mr. Kimi, yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, Vin, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Yeah, I'll appreciate that whenever you come in. Again, yeah, you have a great rest of your day. I really appreciate you coming in to watch the photos getting edited and seeing what happens behind the scenes after the photos are taken and before the photos are posted. Yeah, Mr. Kingme, I'm doing great. Stream's going well. Yeah, and yeah, the photo editing is going well. And yeah, it's smoky outside, so great day to stay indoors and edit some photos. That's for sure. Okay, so let's see here. I think that's good. And let's increase. Let's see. Yeah, I think we need a little extra contrast there. Um, and the next thing we can do is the graduated neutral density filter. We'll increase the. Okay, so let's do the blend here. Okay, there. Right, so and the next thing we can do is add a little bit of brilliance and warmth. Yeah, so we'll do saturation, perceptual. Now, when you go all the way, as you can see, it adds way too much pink, but actually that's a good amount. Okay, let's see, is there anything else that I can do to this? Not really. I think we got enough for that. Alright, so we'll save that and then we'll move those dust busts because you can easily see them already. So let's pull it up. There it is, and no, Affinity Photo. So now let's remove the dust spots. Let's see here. There's one of them. There's another one. Let's see here. Oh, there's two more I saw. You see, sometimes dust spots are visible, sometimes they're not. And this time there's a lot that are visible, so yeah. Again, it's better to remove them than leave them in there because, and this is especially, and as I keep mentioning, when you print them out, photo, I mean, looks good, but the dust spots kind of distract from what you're trying to take a photo of. Okay, so yeah, I'm starting to get a little hungry, so I'll edit one more photo and then I'll take a lunch break. That way I can eat. But yeah, the photo editing then after that next photo, like after I take the lunch break, it will continue. Don't worry. Okay, let's see here. Is there? Ah, there's another one. Let's see. Anything else? Any other? Okay, I don't see anything else, but oh yeah, that might be a dust spot, but like I'll just remove it just in case if it is. Oh, there's another one. Um, doesn't look like there's any other dust spots that I can see. It got, oh, there might be, that might be one, I'm not sure. But just get rid of that just in case. Yeah, it looks like there's no other dust spots I can see. And okay, so we'll just finish this up and we'll export it. Right, so that's done. So one more photo, and then I'll take a lunch break, and then after I have my lunch, I'll get back to editing the photos. Oh no, not that one. Yeah, this is just a zoomed up version of that same area. Like where you go in Frontier Flats is then oh, might help if I click edit. But yeah, where you go is you have to then go down from the viewpoint and there's then this little picnic area, and like the pathway goes a little bit towards the creek, so then you're able to see this thing here, like this little area here below the viewpoint. Like, there is also a pathway straight from the viewpoint, but it's a little steep, so I took it safe and just took the main pathway and then went around there. It's only a matter of like it actually took less time to use that main pathway and go around than it would have taken to go straight from the viewpoint just because of how steep the pathway was. Right, so it's, let me check out the info. Yeah, don't think there'll be any chromatic aberration here, but yeah, there isn't any really. Well, maybe those green ones, but let's see. Yeah, maybe. And those, okay, we'll have to deal with. Right, so now what I'll do is I'll deal with the dust spots first because that's the one that takes the most amount of time there. And in here it's still a little easier to show the dust spots. So right. Oh, well, we found one right there. I think that's a dust spot at least, but let's be safe. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's see here. Okay, let's try it out. See if that exposure. Oh, there it is. There's the dust spot. There's a dust spot that's visible right there. And here. Hold on. This is type of thing you have to do when you use this this preset that I found. Oh, there's the dust spot that I found. All right. To the next. Try and find another dust spot and see if there's. Don't see any others. Just that exposure. Sometimes you have to keep adjusting this exposure in order to find these dust spots, but don't see any others that are very visible. Well, that might be one. I don't know. So I'll just get rid of those. That could have been a plane, so I guess that's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like that's it. So what we'll do is we'll reset that. We'll turn off this and go to lens correction. First, make sure I select the lens that I was using. There it is. And green fringe there. Then so we'll worry about exposure after we do all of this. Okay, so we'll turn down the highlights as best as we can. Turn on those midtones. We'll turn on the shadows, then the whites turn down, and blacks, we want to recover that highlight hue. Now, let's try and get rid of, oh yeah, that made a difference, getting rid of that atmospheric haze. Add a little bit of structure, not too much. So now, that saturation, saturate a little bit. That, so now, effects, we'll add some sunshine, I think. Natural one, and we'll just glow a little bit, turn that down a little bit, warm it up a little bit, saturate a little bit there. Then we'll do some clarity here. Too much. And let's see here, what else can we do? You know what, the rest I think we can do in Colorfx Pro. We'll send it over there. Colorfx Pro there. And edit the photo, and then edit in Colorfx Pro. Right, so it's leaving the copy there, so we can okay, so now, okay, the first thing is a polarization filter. We'll polarize it a bit. Okay, we will add some. No, we already did the sunlight, so we can do foliage. Enhance that foliage a little bit. I wanted nuclear green. Put it there. What else can we do? Yeah, graduated neutral density. That's a big one here. we'll do that. And as you can see, there was still a little bit of smoke or a little bit of haze, but it wasn't that bad. Move it up there. Shadows, no. A little bit of that. Something, I don't know. And add some of this. Nope. Warm it up a little bit. We don't want it completely pink or anything like that, so I think that's good. Save that. Just say 5. Oh, oh, oops, wrong one. We were about to overwrite a picture that we just edited. Alright, so with that picture done, okay, so I'm gonna take a lunch break and then get back to the photo editing. So I'll see you all after lunch. We just okay, so Okay, everybody, I'm back now. So let's continue on with the photo editing. Let's see, what were we on? We're on number 17. Okay, so that we can use on one photo raw as well. Okay, so this one is I don't think there'll be any chromatic aberration because this one then, by the time I took this photo, I'd already changed the lens to my 70 to 300 lens. Let me see here. Actually, you have seen a photo that I taken with that 70 to 300 lens. That was with the ducks, but from Confederation Park. But yeah, with this lens, you usually don't have too much chromatic aberration happening. As you can see, it's pretty clear here. And I took a close-up picture of some of those berries that I don't think are edible. There was another tree down there in like Vautier Flats, like like that viewpoint. If you remember, was of Vautier Flats. This is like actually in there. I was walking around there, so as you can see, there are the berries. They're not edible, as you can see, or well, I don't know if you can see it, but like they're. I don't think they're edible. So yeah, those are things that you would want to eat. We'll see the exposure after we do this. With all of these other adjustments, yeah, there, and maybe relax, maybe increase the exposure just a tad. Right, so here we can do a little bit extra structure. Yeah, I think we can get rid of some of the haze. Actually, no. Well, I didn't do a photo editing stream with that one when I went to Carbon Park and Sue Higgins Park, which was the dog park, and then the other thing there. So this one would have been in the shade, so we want that. As you can see, that really warms up the picture there, and add a little extra saturation there, a little extra vibrance there. But yeah, if you remember that picture of the bird, I also had used this 70 to 300 lens. Yeah, that's very good for close-ups, especially in daylight. It's not so good in at nighttime because it's not f2.8 or wider. Yeah, or wider, like your your f2 1.8. You get because when you're trying to take pictures, like at sunset, you don't want to put on a flash. Then you have to have a like an f2.8 or wider lens. Let's see here. What can we do? Let's enhance the color of this. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. That's how you can. So we'll just do that with the hue a little bit. Saturate a little bit more. Make the berries a little bit brighter. We don't really have to do too much foliage enhancement because that's not what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to enhance the leaves or anything. Let's see. I think that's all we need to do really with this image. Not much else to do, so we'll export that. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I didn't want to go into OBS there. Okay, so right. Oh, and I think I know where these berries. Let's check to make sure export okay. All right. I think I know where these berries were, because the next image is of this log. And remember when I had mentioned a little earlier, maybe an hour or two ago, about how I saw these birds, but they wouldn't sit still for 10 seconds. Well, it was in this area where I got the picture of those berries in this log here. That yeah, those birds were flying around and they just wouldn't sit still for like 10 seconds so I could get their picture. So we'll increase the contrast a little bit. Okay. Maybe a little bit with the highlights. Just the midtones a little bit. Shadows. We want to decrease those whites. Blacks. Let's do that, and then we'll increase the exposure to that. Oh, yeah, we want to increase the structure a little bit. Haze removal, yeah. Okay, so, oh, we don't want custom. Excuse me, shade should be okay. I guess we'll saturate a little more. A little more vibrance there. No, we don't really need any sharpening. So we'll go here. Let me just see what else we can. Yeah, I guess we can add a little sunshine since you do see some of the sunshine coming there. Okay. A little extra glow there. Set. Yeah, we'll desaturate a little bit. A little extra warmth. There we go. Should work. Let's see what else can we do. Oh no. Maybe add a little clarity. Oh, dynamic contrast. Now you can see how this can help. How it can really help with things like logs and buildings and that. See, you're already seeing how more enhanced this log looks. Like there it is before. There it is after. See, a little more detail in the log. So I think that's all we need to do with that. Let me just go through. See if the next one. Okay, so the next image is this one, and while I was walking in Votir Flats, I saw these leaves being yellow. That's a reminder that fall is just around the corner. Like we're already in mid-August here, and yeah, fall is going to be coming up pretty soon. And so yeah, you see how the leaves are already turning yellow here. So this one, I know we'll probably have to decrease the exposure a bit, but let's see here. The midtones a bit. Yeah, we can. This one will probably need the shadows decreased. Those whites, blacks. Now, okay, like that. We can do a little bit of structure. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. This one we'll do with the daylight, white balance. Trade a little bit. And let's add a sunshine filter. That. Warmer. Saturated there. Okay, and then tone enhancer. Oh, okay, so there's another way to increase detail there if you want. Okay, so we'll add a little extra clarity there and a little extra detail, but what I really want is the dynamic contrast. And like that. There you go. That's really all that's needed for that one. Yeah. export that. So we'll go to the next one now. Let's check that one. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's another reason. This is another one that I took as a reminder that fall is coming. Because as you can see, some of the leaves, again, turning yellow. And yeah, as you can see, no chromatic aberration there, really. So what we'll do is we'll increase the contrast a little bit. Just those highlights, tones. Just like that. Okay, so on the blacks like that. Turn on the exposure just a little bit. And a good thing about that 70 to 300 lens is, as you can see, this thing is very visible, but the background is blurred out really nicely. So yeah, that's what you really like to see a lot of in pictures when you're trying to take close-ups of various things. So there's the structure there. We'll take down the haze. Okay, so now this one will want in daylight white balance. Saturation a bit, a little bit of the vibrance. And let's see here. Oh, well, yeah, I think we can do something with the foliage. Whoa, yeah, that is a little oversaturated, so turn down that saturation as much as possible, like that. See how it looks before. Well, you know what? Maybe we don't need to do any foliage enhancement there. Yeah, that turned leaves that shouldn't have been green to really green, so yeah. I don't think that's what we wanted. Okay, dynamic contrast, let's see. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks a lot better to that one. A little extra detail here. Not too much, and oh, clarity, yeah, not too much, just that much. And I think that's, oh yeah, maybe a sunshine filter would come in handy here. Natural. A little extra glow here. And a little extra saturation there, and yeah, that's all we need to do. Alright, so let's see here, what's the next? Okay, here's one of the meadows. You know what? I think this one was seen with 70 to 300 as well. You know what, since, let me just check here. Yeah, that might need to be straightened out a little bit first. So what we'll do, let me just check the aberration first before I do anything. Doesn't look like, well, maybe there's a little bit. Let's see. There's a little bit in there. Oh. Oh. Yeah. You know what? I'll just cancel that and go in here. Control 21. So let's just see if that let's see if that did anything. Yeah, it did more. Well, it doesn't really look any different, so... Alright. Okay, so since it didn't look any different, we'll just do a little bit of straightening here, because it is a little crooked, it looks like, so... That... And... Yeah, that looks good. That looks a little more straight. Wait, let me just straighten it out a little more. That... I don't think we'll have to worry about dust spots, though. But, yeah, this one... won't do too much enhancement here, because this is the one that I'll show you how you can edit in Colorfx Pro, so just do very little. Midtones, add a little extra to the shadows. Oh, turn on the whites and the blacks, okay. A little extra structure there. Turn on that haze. Okay, now exposure we'll want to do a little bit there. There was a little bit of cloud there, so we'll do that. Add a little bit of saturation and vibrance, but it's all doing here, and here's why. I'll show you Colorfx Pro and how you can do black and white editing. Let's send this to Colorfx Pro, right? And we'll see how black and white editing will work. Gotta wait for this to finish loading here. Okay, this is Colorfx Pro, as you can see. And in here, you have all these different you have all, okay, on the left side here, as you can see, there's all these different presets. You select one, and then you and adjust on the right side here, I should say. And you do have various film types that you can use, and do some adjustments here, like various types of toning. Let's see, harsh, smooth, structure. Let me check the original first before. Okay, so what else there is? Let's see what I like the most, then I can make my adjustments as needed. Fine art? Oh, that look, yeah. Well, that has a border though. Really want a border, but yeah, there we go. I like that. So then, can just do a little bit of an adjustment there, a little structure there, tonality, shadows. It's okay. Then, I mean, if you want to do selective adjustments, you can just use control points, but this one I won't. Let's check out these color filters. Font type. We're going to use that font type. Sunset. Yeah, okay. So this one then will image. So yeah, that's pretty much how you can do black and white editing using Colorfx Pro. As you can see, it's not too complicated. It still allows you to go with the creativity there. So we'll save that now. So that one I already can see. I already know this was at 17 millimeters. That one. So this I already know we're gonna have to. That's what I already know we're gonna have to use this one to get rid of the chromatic aberration and the more. Oh, there we go. I was wondering what happened there. So let's see here. Yep. All right. So let's get the more now and repair. Better to do dust spot removal in Affinity Photo. So here's so we'll do the white balance here. Figure out the exposure compensation after we do all this. So we'll do that with the highlights, that with the midtones, shadows, blacks. Okay, we'll do that. And I don't know if we need to do anything really with the exposure there. It's pretty well exposed, but let's just see. Maybe a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so now we a little extra vibrance, a little extra saturation. For that. Now we'll go into Colorfx Pro. And this part of Voltaire Flats, this is actually a part I didn't know existed. I mean, there's some kind of a pond over there. I don't know exactly what it's for, but it was something very interesting to see. So that's why I took the picture of that. Okay, so the polarization filter, go all the way, as you can see, that's what it looks like. But we can do that much. Let's see if we can do something with the foliage. Okay. We'll just do that much with foliage. And let's see here. What's tonal contrast do? Ooh, wow. That let me just here. Pass. And yeah, I think that makes it a little too unrealistic if you ask me. So we'll just do the sunlight filter. And that will turn down the brightness a bit. Put some extra contrast there. Saturate a bit more. And then we graduated neutral density here. That. Okay, so blend it a bit more. And we'll do a vertical shift, a little bit of one. A little bit with the shadows. A little bit with the highlights. What else do we need? I don't know. Yeah, I think that's good. Or, well, we don't really need a loop and histogram here. Excuse me. Let's have some water. We'll save that. Then we'll do the final step on this one. Do the final step on this one, and that is get rid of the dust spots on there. So let's pull that up. Affinity Photo. So now we will pull those dust spots here. There. I just saw that one there. Let's see what else there is. Okay, here's another one. Oh, there's another one right there. I think that's one. Let's remove it there. Oh, one right there. I think that's one, so we'll just remove that. Oh, here's another one. There's another one there. Here. Oh, I thought I saw one, but I'm not sure if that was one. Oh, I think these are the dust spots there. Huh? Let's see. That's one. See any other dust spots there? Oh, right there is a dust spot right there. Not very careful because there's clouds as well right there. Okay, looks like it worked. And I think I got them all. I think I got all the dust spots that I could know for sure were in there. Yeah, I think that's all of them. So now let's export this. Oh, that's pretty straight actually. That is actually pretty straight. And end up crooked, so that's a good sign. Export that now. Okay, so that, and we'll move on to the next image now. What's the next one? I already know we're gonna have to. I already know we would need this one because of because of like that's 22 millimeters. Okay, there we go. So this, I think it was a little cloudy. Gotta increase the ISO a little bit, but well, let's see if there's. Okay. Nope, not like that. Oh, nope. That's a little too much of the horizon, so yeah, that should work. Right, there we go. Now, now we'll have cloudy there. Let's see. Some clear view plus there. Contrast. We'll do. We'll worry about exposure after some of these other adjustments here. Yeah, that's okay. Let's contrast there. Now let's increase exposure just a bit. That. Okay, so add a little extra vibrancy there, extra saturation there. And what we can do is then we can send it off to Colorfx Pro. Yeah, yeah. The tough part is waiting for everything to load up. It doesn't matter what software it is. If it's loading up a little slower than you would like, yeah. Yeah, when it's taking a little longer than you would like, yeah. Yeah, I don't think a polarization filter is going to work here. Let's see, let's try Brilliance Warmth and see if that may work. Uh, let's cool it down a little bit. Okay. Let's see what else can we do. Yeah, Foliage definitely will work here. Do that. So down that much. Let's see here. Oh, nope. I don't think a color stylizer is what we want. Guys. Oh. Contrast color range. Let's see. This will work a little better. Yeah, I think this will work out nicely. So we'll turn down the brightness just a little bit more. And we'll add a little extra contrast. There we go. That really makes the image look nice. So Yeah, I think that should be good. Then we can again try and see if we can find any chromatic aberration there. That one. Or not any chromatic aberration, but dust spots. We already removed the chromatic aberration from that photo. Alright, so as you can see, again, there was still a bit of haze over there, but I mean, wasn't anything that couldn't be dealt with. I don't know if we'll be able to find any dust spots just because of how this thing is. Okay, so, what we can do is then just export it. Okay. Oh, what's the next image? Oh, yes, this is after. Yes, this is then when I went walking back on the pathway because remember those leaves I had taken a picture of where um fall was just around the corner. Check out two. Okay, let me just check. Chromatic aberration. Seems like there's a little bit, I think. Let me check. Oh, I hope if I'm able to. Okay, so I think we'll be able to do something with this. Anyway, if you remember, I talked about how, or not how I talked about, but remember I taken those pictures of leaves as a reminder that fall was coming. I couldn't get a picture of the whole tree, so I went back down that pathway. Now, once I changed the lens back to the 17 to 50 millimeter f2.8, and just took this picture here of the tree. And as you can see, the leaves are starting to turn yellow. Another reminder that fall is just around the corner. So, yeah, I think what I'll do is first I'll try and see if we can find some dust spots, which you can already see there. So, let's do this. It's amazing how fast this year has flown by, hasn't it? Isn't it? I mean, holy, we're already in mid-August. Fall is just around the corner. Like, holy, I did not expect the year to just fly by like that, like it has. Okay, so, oh, want to do that. Okay. There we go. Oh, okay, there we go. That's more like it. Okay. Oh, I just found a few dust spots here. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Let's see what we can do about this one. Get rid of it. Didn't do as good a job as I wanted. Um, I do get rid of that one. Something like, yeah, that worked good. Right, that did the trick. I think that's another dust spot, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Oh, there was a dust spot there, but there isn't. Let's see over here and exposure. Here's the exposure. Saying. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that is one, I think. But it's hard to tell. Oh, that didn't work out well. I don't know what to do about that one, though. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, we do it like that. Yeah, that worked. Okay, let's see what else there. Don't look like there's any other dust spots, but let's check to make sure. Definitely doesn't look like there's any dust spots there. Okay. Set the tone color, get rid of that curves effect there. First thing we do is ensure that the correct lens is chosen. Some GSM, there we go. So all the purple fringing, get rid of all the green fringing, and now we can get on with this photo. So let's hear down those highlights. Midtones a bit, the shadows a bit, but on those whites, blacks we can turn down then. Want to recover the highlight hue. Let's get rid of that atmospheric haze. I'll do a little bit. This one, cloudy would work. A little extra saturation, extra vibrance, and then yeah, a little extra clarity there. Color enhancer. Let's see what fall does. Oh, what happens if we? Oh. Well, there is okay. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. What else is there to do? I think a polarizing filter will do the trick, and I don't think neutral density. So I think, yeah, I'm done with this image. Oh. Right, we'll export that. Okay, so let's see, what's the next one? Oh, another one is another one of the leaves. Okay. Another one with the leaves. Another reminder, fall is around the corner. I zoomed in on the leaves to get another photo of them. Yeah. Right. So we'll do contrast. Okay. Down the highlight. Yeah, highlights we'll bring down. Not too high for the midtones, and maybe bring down the shadows a little bit. Whites we want to bring down. Blacks we'll bring up. A little structure there. Down the haze. This again, cloudy. Okay, so we'll add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Let's check out the effects. Don't want the sunshine filter. It was still a little cloudy, despite me changing it to a blue sky. A little bit cloudy. We'll do a tone enhancement. I don't want too much clarity there. That the enhancer. Let's do fall. Yeah, that looks nice. I don't think anything else is needed. Like I've done quite a bit. Right, so we'll move on to the next one. That. Right, so now let's go on to the next one. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is on that main uh, pathway or main trail in Fish Creek Park. The one that connects like the whole park, like all the different sections of the park. Um, and as I was walking, saw this bush, and as you can see, um, all yellow leaves. So yeah, another reminder: fall is right around the corner. Let's check out the. Oh, yep. So yeah, another reminder: fall's just around the corner there. That down the shadows a little bit. Okay, whites will do that. Blacks will do that, and then extra structure, not too much. Oh, yeah, I want to completely do haze removal there. Okay, with the exposure, yeah, I think a little bit is a good idea. It does seem like they're so color daylight. Cloudy would work out better there. Saturation, vibrance there. Add that filter, the color enhancer for fall. Yep. Yeah, that looks nice. But tone enhancement. 30. Oh, we don't need that much. That's a good amount. Wait. Let me just see if dynamic contrast is good. No, not really. We don't need that. Yeah. I think that's good. For that. So this is another. Oh, okay. That picture is of the meadow. I think like what happened was I was walking back to the Glenfield area of Fish Creek Park. Happened was I saw this sign called for Vautier Flats, and I didn't. And I thought, oh, Vautier Flats is straight ahead. What is it talking about? Turn right, and I went ahead and yeah, I ended up above the parking lot. But this is the meadow where I had seen that deer. Fortunately, the deer never showed up after that first time I saw it. Although I don't know what kind of picture I would have gotten anyway, because oh hey, oh Silver, okay, yeah, thanks for sticking around all this time. I really appreciate it. You have a good rest of your day, and yeah, thanks for coming by and watching. I really appreciate that. Anyway, so that deer, I don't know what kind of picture I would have gotten, because when I'd seen it, I could only see really the back half of it, and then as I was trying to wait to see if it would, turn around, so in a way that I could actually see its head, that it's a butt towards me. So yeah, so I don't know what kind of picture I would have been able to get if I had been able to change the lens, because yeah, the only part that was really showing was its tail, and also the back half of it. So you know what? Before I edit this photo, I'll just head off to the washroom. Be right back. Yeah, so and this is that meadow from that other pathway that I was talking about that I took that went behind the main pathway, as it turns out. Let's see the info. 6. Let me just check and see what the chromatic aberration is. Let me just see what happens when I do this. Looks like it doesn't do anything, so yeah. I'll have to do it here. Let me just oh, there it is. Right. Yeah, so definitely the chromatic aberration should be removed. Yep, there it is. So that's the good thing about these DxO software here, like the Photolab software. It's really good at removing the chromatic aberration there. Oh, yeah, that's way too much of a fix for the crookedness. It was a little crooked, but not that crooked. I don't know. Okay, so we're almost spot. Okay, there we go. That's about right. Right, so now we'll do white balance, and we can do daylight again for white balance because by then the sun was already out again. So let's see here. Let's turn down those highlights. Increase the midtones, increase the shadows. Let's turn down those blacks. Let's yeah, so we'll increase the exposure by just that much. Let's see here. Contrast to that much, and then a little bit of vibrance because a little bit of saturation because we're doing all that in Colorfx Pro. Oh, looks like after this image is done, we'll have only 6 left to do. But there might be like a lot of work with that. It might be different than when I was editing the photos from Confederation Park, because a lot of these are like landscape photos, so there would be all this extra work. Here we can use a excuse me. Yeah. Here we can use a polarization filter a little bit. Here, let's enhance the foliage. That. Okay, there we go. And then graduated neutral density. Yeah, there. Turn it down a little bit. Vertical shift. Shadows. That's okay. And then we can do brilliance warmth here. A little extra saturation. Warm it up a little bit. That. See how this pro contrast things work. Color cast, contrast, dynamic contrast. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's good. So we'll just then save that and then remove all the dust spots from the sky there. Alright, so let's remove those dust spots and then yeah, after this, yeah, we only have 6 images left to go. Okay, so let's look for the dust spots. Oh, okay. We'll use shift there. Let's see. Oh, there's a dust spot right there. Um, looks like that was the only one that I can find. Oh, well, maybe remove that. I don't know if that's a dust spot or not, but here. I don't know if that thing here is a dust spot, but we'll just remove that. Okay. And I don't see any others. Let's see. I don't know if that was one, but anyway, I think that's it. I think that's it, so okay. I'll export that. Okay, so now we'll go to this one. Oh, and yeah, this one. Wait, let me just 27. Oh, oh boy. Oh, interesting. Have to crop it a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it might have to cropping or something. Or way to crop. I have to crop it a little bit. Wait. Okay, unconstrained. We have to crop this a little bit because yeah, this has to do with the. Okay, that's not. Right, there we go. Oh, Jolene, hey! Thanks for coming in. How are you doing today? Yeah, so this one we're gonna have to crop because this has more to do with the lens hood than yeah, this has more to do with the lens hood. Somehow, I guess it was a little unsecured or something, and it must have affected the image of the meadow here. But this is that same meadow that I actually took a picture of the last time I went to Fish Creek Park. Okay, so close that. Okay, there we go. And that was a little crooked anyway. Well, I'm doing great. Yeah, the stream has gone well, and yeah, the photo editing has gone really well too. Okay, first, let's oh, oh, that. First, let's try and get this straight. Oh, let's be the original. Turn that. Hold on. Let's just reset everything. Set everything and see. Let's just check out the horizon there. Okay, let's Straighten it out a little more. Okay, there we go. And yeah, the day has gone very well. It's smoky outside, so good day to be inside and editing photos, that's for sure. Yeah, that looks good, so now we can do a crop and do an unconstrained crop. That, close. Yeah, that we can just something in Affinity Photo then. We have to, but yeah, that has to do with the lens hood. Something must have happened. The lens hood. I was trying to take that photo there. Anyway, we fixed that. Right, so we'll do the daylight white balance there. Right. Okay, there we go. Contrast, but first we deal with the highlights. Turn it down there. Tones. And shadows. On those blacks there. Yeah, I think we'll exposure a little bit. Increase the contrast there. That. Then we'll do increase the vibrancy there and increase the saturation there. Oh, hey Tab, how are you doing? Yeah, it has been a while. How have you been? Okay, so oh yeah, I forgot about the more there. Okay. And let's see here. Anything else we need to do? Okay, we'll send it to. Oh, must have been a great vacation if you wish it continued. That's good to hear that you're doing well, and yeah, it seems like you had a really fun time on your vacation. Right, so now, yeah, Colorfx Pro is just loading up the picture there. Oh wow, Saint Martin. Yeah, it must have been. Was it hot there, or was it cooler than it's been over here? Okay, so we'll do the polarization there. Uh, let's add some. Do something with the foliage. Okay, so we'll do that with the foliage. And let's see here. Yeah, we can add sunlight to it. Oh, that's good to hear. That was the right weather for because yeah, the smoke here in Calgary, it's back. I mean, last week it was clear skies, so I was able to go out and take photos. And yesterday the smoke came back. So yeah, good day to be inside and just edit the photos here. All right, so what I did was I just made the adjustments to the sunlight there. Yeah, we'll do a graduated neutral density. That, and then we'll do the blend like that. Yeah, there. That's the. I'll add one more filter. Some extra saturation there. Yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. Max Verstappen. Hold on, who was that? Oh, wow! That must have been cool to be able to run into. Yeah, see, I think he's an F1 driver, right? It must have been cool though to be able to run into that, or to run into him. So there we go. And yeah, we'll save that, and then we'll finish it up in Affinity Photo by doing something about the external vignetting here, and then also the dust spots. Holy. Hold on. Let me just pull that up. Yeah, it must have been tough to not be, oh man, you're the race car driver. Oh, such a huge fan. Right, so first remove that. And remove that. And then we'll get rid of that dust spot there. We'll get rid of that dust spot. Excuse me, see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might have been a good idea to admire from far and yeah, let him spend a time with his fiancée there. Okay, so yeah, we did the best we could with fixing that. Let me just check to make sure there's no other spots here. Okay, so I think I saw that one there. Doesn't look like there's any others that are clearly visible there. Okay, so it looks like that's all the dust spots in that picture. So we'll export that and right, so okay, so now let's check. Was that 50 millimeters? Okay, this was at 50. Okay, so this is after I went back to the Glenfield area. All right, and can we remove that object from there? Let's check. Okay, let's just see if we can remove that thing there. But yeah, this is another one of those pavilions or picnic areas or buildings or whatever you want to call them in the Glenfield area of Fish Creek Park. This is after I went back there and a little bit of a break. Oh no, that didn't work. That didn't work. So let's head down here. See. Okay, let's a little bit. Get rid of this thing here without any problems. What? Well, let's see how it looks. Wait, that doesn't look too bad there. All right. Onto view. Well, let's straighten this out a little bit. Okay, so let's see. Oh, okay. Maybe it was straight. See if I can get this a little bit more straight. Oh, don't want that. Reset. Oh, hey, Brittany! Hey, you just made it. Well, it's going well. Yeah, the stream has gone very well today, and well, with all the smoke outside, great day to be inside and editing photos. That's for sure. But yeah, you made it. Uh, I'm not quite done the photos yet. Okay, wait. Let's see here. Yeah, yeah, just made it in the nick of time. See here, let me see. Yeah, that's definitely a little crooked. Yeah, I appreciate you trying to get back in time to catch the stream. Yeah, Tab was just telling me he was on vacation in San Martin. Okay, I think that's good enough for the straightening of it. Oh, maybe not. Let me see if I can. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Jolene, yeah, Tab, just made it here. Yeah, the whole gang is here. Okay, so let's see here. Now the next thing I'm doing is, let me just check to make sure before I go any further that, there's no, chromatic aberration that I need to remove. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so 50 mil, okay, so it doesn't look like there is any. Now, yeah. Oh, and earlier, Mania was in here too. He was here, about, what was it? 3.5 hours ago or something like that. And also Dark One Zach was in here too. So yeah. Yeah, the stream's been good. Yeah, people have just kept coming in. And yeah, and I actually got a couple of donations from my friend Jess earlier on, and yeah, so yeah, a little closer to the donation goal. And yeah, and actually, Dark One Zach bought one of my books. Like he was the first redemption of the books on Amazon. And as I was showing the books, he bought one of my books. Yeah, yeah, that was so awesome. Okay, so let's hear now. Next up, I have to find the dust spot. So let's try and find it. Let's see if there's any dust spots that need to be removed here. Uh, It doesn't look like there's any dust spots showing up here, so okay. We'll do that and do that, and then get rid of that effect here. Alright, so the next thing I do is just make sure that the correct lens is here. Yeah, I know, yeah, he is really awesome, that's for sure. Okay, so there's the lens that I'd used, and yeah, we can get rid of some of that fringe. Well, there might not have been much fringe. Yeah. Right, so now okay, I can worry about adjusting exposure. after adjusting all these other things. So turn down the highlights there, down the midtones there. Okay, well, maybe we can turn down the shadows just a little bit. The whites we have to turn down. Blacks, no. That we can raise a little bit. Okay, and then we can turn down the haze. As you can see, it's already making the sky even more blue there. We can add in a little bit of the structure. Color, we can make it for daylight. And the saturation, we can do a little bit more there, and a little bit more there. You know what? Let's see how tone enhancer works. Add a little more detail. Add a little more clarity there. And wait, let me see how the dynamic contrast works. And this thing, as you can see, it makes just enhance the detail that much more there. Okay, so now, oh no, we don't want to add the filter, but now we can send this to, once it loads up, we can send this to Colorfx Pro. And yeah, this is one of the slow parts. Wait for another program to open up, but yeah, it shouldn't take too long now. Okay, so there it is. It's getting the image loaded up. Right, so there's the polarizer. Now, this is what, now, if I go all the way to the right, this is what it does. All the way to the left, there's no polarization, so do a little bit, do that much there. Now, since we have some people here who haven't seen Colorfx Pro before, when you make an adjustment in it, you have to click that Add Filter button. Because if you make the adjustment but forget to click it and then you click one of these other filters, you lose the adjustment you made and then you have to do it all over again. So you have to click Add Filter. So we'll do that one and then Sunlight Filter here. And see, this is what happens when you go all the way to the right. And there's no effect when you go all the way to the left. So yeah, so we'll adjust the... yeah, let's adjust the brightness a little bit too. We'll go with the contrast here. A little extra saturation. Alright, so let's see what's the next thing we can do. Oh, wait. Foliage. Definitely we can enhance the foliage a bit. Okay, and again, we go all the way to the... okay, this might be the wrong picture to use. Well, yeah, you kind of can see it, because you can see the nuclear green of the trees here and on this grass when you go all the way to the right. So, not to go too much, but enough that it enhances that. And let's try the graduated neutral density here. Okay, we'll do that for the upper tonality. We'll do that for the lower one. A little bit of a blend. Shift it up a bit that way. Shadow, can we do something? Yeah, we can do a little bit. We can do a little bit with that. I think that's all that's needed. And we already did the checking of the dust spot, so let's just save that image. Okay, and then, well, we'll save it, but, I don't know if it's going to save the edits that we did, but I can always, with that afterwards. Okay, so now this is another one of the buildings that was in Glenfield. Let me just wait, just check it out. Okay, and in case you're wondering why I have two of these Lightroom alternatives, it's because of the chromatic aberration. And since we have some new people in here, chromatic aberration. You saw those pink or purple and green lines. That's chromatic aberration. That's basically like, some of the things that happens when the light hits the lens, and um, it's usually common in it's raw files, especially if the lens doesn't do a good job of controlling chromatic aberration there. So you have to remove that because, especially when you're printing a picture, uh, yeah, those lines don't look good. So you have to remove the chromatic aberration there. And also, there's more that has to be removed. That is like in the grass, gravel, dirt on these buildings here. It's you also see sometimes the pink or purple as well as the green lines, and yeah, that also has to be removed. And this software, the XO Photo Lab, does a really good job of removing the moire and the chromatic aberration. So now that, okay, so the first thing we need to do, I think we'll adjust the white balance to daylight there. Okay, exposure compensation there. Okay, we'll deal with the exposure after we do all these other adjustments. Okay, so let's hear the highlights. Okay, and then the midtones. And let's hear the shadows we can do there. Okay, the blacks we can do that. Let's see here. Let's see what else. Yeah, we can lower the exposure a little bit there. And let's see here. Contrast there, micro contrast, and vibrancy and saturation we do a little bit. Let's see. Oh, okay, so this time it actually worked properly when I allowed it to do auto. Sometimes you have to do manual. Okay, so let's send this over to Colorfx Pro. Right, so now okay, so it automatically selected polarization. Put it over there. Then let's we can do the sunlight there. Light that strong. And turn down the brightness a little bit. And do the contrast there. Saturation. Okay, and then foliage enhancement here. I think this should work out a little better. Yeah. So let's turn it down there. We'll do a graduated neutral density. Okay, do that for the upper tonality. Lower the lower tonality a bit. Do a bit of a blend. Oh, that was the right one. And we do a vertical shift up there. Shadows we can bring up a little bit. The highlights. Let me see here. see this detail extractor. Oh, that actually did a good job because we don't really have to do too much with it now because that's what the detail extractor does. It just gets more detail out of the buildings and whatever objects you have. So, okay, we'll do Brilliance Warmth then. Let's see here, we'll do a little extra saturation, a little extra warmth, and the final step is to remove all those dust spots. Oh, there we go. Alright, so that's saved. So now just open that with Affinity Photo. And uh, Affinity Photo is the Photoshop alternative that I use. It basically does everything that Photoshop does. And before I got on one Photorow and DxO Photo Lab, Affinity Photos, how I was removing the chromatic aberration. Yeah, that took a long time. Sometimes each picture would take like an hour or two to do, and yeah, it was really long. So getting DxO Photo Lab and on-one Photorow really saved a lot of time now. I just use this to remove some objects. If I have to, I can use it to just to remove the dust spots, and yeah, here more visible this time. Right. But yeah, as you can see, uh, makes a difference when it's a nice clear blue sky compared to all that smoke. Um, yeah, because being and walking in smoke is not fun. Walking when it's a nice clear blue sky, or at least a nice blue sky like this, is a lot better. And yeah, as you can tell, there was still some haze, but yeah, it wasn't as bad as before. Those 4 weeks, like during those 4 weeks. Hey, Darth, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it, and thanks for the lurk. How are you doing today? Yeah, you just made it in time for the photo editing stream. I'm not quite done yet. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, might be a dust spot, I don't know, but not taking a chance there. Okay. Yeah, looks like this photo's done. Yeah, it does look like it's done, so I'll just export that. Right, so right. Now next up are the some more flowers that I saw, and as you can see, it's a little more sparse compared to at Votier Flats. So I'll just show you what the flowers look like at Votier Flats compared to Glenfield. See, here's the flowers at Glenfield. Or no, not at Glenfield, but Votier Flats. Here's more flowers. Yeah, these are trees with berries, but I don't think these are edible berries. Um, I don't think these are things that you're supposed to eat. So yeah. Okay, we'll go back and edit the photo with flowers here. Let's see, some contrast there. Yeah, highlights there. And what, darken the midtones a bit. With the shadows a bit, yeah. Those whites a bit. Blacks. Add a little extra structure. Remove some of that haze. Want it in daylight. Extra saturation. A little extra vibrance. Okay, so we'll do a color enhancer. We'll increase the saturation of the yellows up. Oh. 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 We won't do that then. Let's try dynamic contrast. A little bit extra there. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's add another filter. Yeah, sunshine is a good filter to have. And a little extra glow there. Warm it up. Wait on the saturation. That much. Right, and then let's see what else is there to do. Tone enhancer. Add a little extra detail there. Now when you add all the clarity. Oh, hey Serena, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. How's work going today? Uh, yeah, I'm almost done the editing of the photos, so yeah, I'm almost done the photo editing. Oh, okay, looks like we have a hydrate redemption, so right, thanks for that, Serena. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just had the water. Right, so anyways, I was showing, like, when you put clarity all the way to 100, this is what it does, and yeah, doesn't look as good, so we can just put in a little bit there. Let's see, what else is there to do? I don't think there's much else, so I think, yeah, this is good enough. Oh, looks like, yeah, I think it already exported. Oh, there it is. Right. So let's, go. Let me just check the information on the last two. Okay, this will need to use that one. Right, so this is also at Glenfield, the Glenfield area of Fish Creek Park, and as you can see, it's not as there's not as much forest over there. At least not in this part of Glenfield. This you're walking east towards other parts of Fish Creek Park, but there, as you can see, is just a meadow there. So. But yeah, this is another part of Fish Creek Park and the Glenfield area, and sometimes and like when I was walking around, I was like, where is that creek? Because like you have to walk quite a distance to get to the creek. I just didn't have the time to be able to try and find the creek. Okay, so let me just do that with the more, and now let's see here, daylight. Okay, that helps get, and in case you're wondering what this Clearview Plus does, that helps get rid of atmospheric haze in the photos, because it doesn't matter if you're shooting JPEG or RAW, there is atmospheric haze that ends up in the photos, so you have to do it. Or you have to you have to select haze removal or do the haze removal to get rid of that haze. Otherwise, this is especially true. Trying to take pictures of something, and you're trying to take a picture of skyline. So the atmospheric haze can really hinder what the skyline actually looks like. Right, so let's do that with the highlights. We'll do that with the midtones over there. Then with the shadows. Down the blacks a little bit. Okay, we'll do that. A little bit of the. Do a little bit of, with that exposure compensation there. Let's add some contrast here. Let some vibrancy and some saturation. And we'll send this over to Colorfx Pro. Right, so okay, Polarization Filter, yep. Now, oh, I had selected that, but let's put it there. And the next thing I think I'll do is enhance the foliage. Yep, do that. We can put it there. And then the next thing. Okay, we'll do the sunlight filter next. And we'll do that. We'll on the brightness down to there. Looks for saturation there. Okay, so now next up is the graduated neutral density. Oh, okay, well, I can always straighten it up in Affinity Photo. But yeah, thanks, Noel. Yeah, this is actually in Fish Creek Park, the Glenfield area. Like, you have to walk a little bit east on that pathway, and yeah, this is the field that you see. Creek is somewhere. Uh, I wasn't able to find it though, but yeah, it is really nice over there. Okay, so we'll do the vertical shift there. Okay, then we'll save it. And if, in case you're wondering what that shadow is, I think that's my shadow. Yeah. I guess the way the sun was shining cut my shadow there. Okay, so now let's so okay, we have to do two things. First, probably a bit of an adjustment with the like, you know, making it a little straighter, and then also removing that or those dust spots. Okay, so now this is how you can just or straighten an image, or that you have to do it like this in both Photoshop and Affinity Photo. Alright. Then apply that. There it is. Now, oh, we don't want that tool, we want that tool. Here, oh, there's a dust spot. Another dust spot. There's another dust spot. Okay, got a couple more there. Another one there. Let's see here. Check to see if I miss any other dust spots. Oh, there's another dust spot, and again, with removing the dust spots, that's also an important thing to do, because especially when if you're trying to print out these photos, the dust spots can be distracting, very, very distracting, uh, when you're trying to show off the image in a print form. Oh, I don't know if that's one. Alright, yeah, I don't think I missed anything. Okay, before I get to the final image, well, let me just export this, but before I get to the final image, I have to put my supper in the oven, otherwise I'm going to forget. So, let's be right back, and then I'll get on to the final image that I have to edit. So, I'll just be right back. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So let's get on with the final image to edit today. And I think this is a close-up shot of the same field at Glenfield that I took. Let me just check. Let me just check the information on that to see which one. Okay, I can do it in here. And right, so let's see here. Let's just check to make sure there's no chromatic aberration here. Maybe there's a little bit, but doesn't look like there's anything there. So yeah, we'll use this one. So first I'll straighten this out. Let's see here. There we go. So we can apply that. Okay, so next up is, let's try to find some dust spots to remove them. So let's use this thing here. Oh, there it is. Wait. Try and find oh, there's another dust spot there. Let's see. Oh, there's another one there. So let's see. This is the spot. I think that's a dust spot. Oh, there's another one I see. Another one up here. See here. Oh, here's another dust spot. And this is why I got that preset, because as you saw, uh, when just looking at it like that, it wasn't as obvious with the whether or not there were any dust spots in this image. Oh, here's another dust spot here. I think that's one, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll remove it anyway. Let's see. Let's adjust, not like that, just like that, and see. Find any other dust spots? Oh, there's another one right there. It's there. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Um. We'll check this area here to see if spots around here. Nope. Okay. That and see. Check one more time around. Oh, yep. Good thing I checked again because almost missed that dust spot. Oh. There. Else that I missed? I think I missed any, but always good to double check. Doesn't look like there's any other dust spots. Interesting that I was using that perfect brush instead of the retouch brush, but oh, it looks like it did the trick. Didn't realize it until just now, but anyway. Alright, so it looks like I got rid of all the dust spots, so what I'll do is I'll do that and take out that cruise effect. 0. Now, in case you're wondering why I say Command 0, it's because that's like the shortcut to get it back to the default view here. On a Windows PC, you'd use Control 0. And if you're ever trying to do something like what I just did and you want to retouch it, you have to use the bracket or an erase or something like that. Use the bracket keys beside the P key on the keyboard, and like the right bracket key will increase the size of that. Left bracket key will decrease the size, as you see there. So that's a useful tip. So let's first oh yeah, we want to contrast. Here's the highlights, and again, as you can see, there was still some haze, but again, wasn't that bad compared to the previous 4 weeks, and compared to, well, today. We'll turn down the shadows like that. Turn on the whites like that. Blacks will recover the highlight hue. We don't really need too much structure, but the haze removal is important. Now, this guarantees that we have to increase the exposure a bit. Daylight for that. Saturation a little bit. Vibrance a little bit. Effects. Let's see. You know what? Let's send that to Colorfx Pro because it's going to work out better in there. So the first thing that will probably load up is the polarization, yeah. So do a little bit, and add in a sunlight filter. Yeah, I think that'll work. Add in a little contrast, add in that, a little bit of saturation there. We'll do a graduated new, oh no. I think we'll start off with foliage. And let's see here. That to the foliage. The graduated neutral density. That. Blend it a bit, we'll a bit more. Okay, shadows. Okay, the highlights don't need to be done. And some brilliance and warmth there. I think that's good enough for this one, so we'll save that image. And that's it for all the photos that need to be edited. Now, since we have some people who didn't see since we have some people in here now who didn't see, like, the HDR tricks that the HDR trick that I did, I'll just explain what I did after this image saves up. Okay, so after get out of Colorfx, I'll just explain what I did and for the HDR and okay, so as you all know, I use Aurora HDR for my HDR photo editing whenever I think that something needs to be edited in HDR. So what I did was I demonstrated with this image here. And what I did was I created two virtual copies. One is underexposed, one is overexposed. Oh, create two virtual copies, and then I edited the two virtual copies. I underexposed one and overexposed the other. Then I selected all three, right? And I exported to application and Aurora HDR, right? And then I did the export. Then in Aurora HDR, I merged the I did the merge into an HDR image. Well, I did the merge into like a single image that can be worked with in Aurora HDR, and I did the HDR editing. And what I can do is I can just show you with one of the photos what the kinds of things you can do in Aurora HDR. Okay, hit that. Like this is just with a single image, but it's like with the HDR merging and all that. It's pretty much the same idea. And of course, as we all know, the loading of the software always takes the longest outside of saving. But yeah, loading also takes a while. Um, okay, so yeah, in Aurora HDR you can adjust white balance and all that, but here are the big things that are different. The smart tone here, you see, it'll do, it'll adjust the tone in a different way. There's this HDR enhance slider here, this color contrast slider, right? But here's the other big things: the HDR structure. Okay, want to boost and all that. HDR microstructure here, right? HDR denoise, which just does the denoise, and that way it smooths it out a bit. Image radiance, another thing that is different. Okay, like that. And the HDR details boost. Like it does have its own polarizing filter as well, but yeah. So you see how the image ended up being a lot more enhanced compared to before. So yeah, that's what HDR photo editing does. It basically makes high dynamic range photos, like a regular photo or bracket photos. Uh, and like the bracket, like that, I did virtual copies. So you can also do it in the camera by like I think there's an HDR setting in the DSLR and mirrorless cameras, and also an HDR, and also you can do it yourself. Like if you have time, take one picture, underexpose the next picture, and then overexpose the following picture, and do it in the HDR software. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is, because you can see how it's even more enhanced compared to before. So yeah, that's what HDR photo editing is. Okay, so yeah, that's all the photos that I have to edit today. So I think this is a good time to end the stream. Thank you everybody who came in today. This was my longest stream ever. Like it's getting to almost 6 hours of streaming. My longest stream ever. I never thought I'd be. I never thought I would do a 6 hour stream, but then again, when I'm editing photos, sometimes, and I've mentioned this in the past, it can take at least 5 hours, sometimes six, sometimes some, and like that was just 32 images. I have a lot more. We're talking about days and days and days of editing photos for 5, 6, 7 hours. So yeah, but yeah, thank you everybody for coming in today. Thank you for interacting with me and hanging out with me and watching the magic of what happens behind the photos that I post. Thank you, Dork One Zach, for the bit, not just the bits, but also the redemption of showing showing the books on Amazon, and for the book purchase. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jess, for the 2 donations you gave me. That was so awesome of you. What else? Thank you. Uh, Here, let me just get this. Thank you, Rice Ball King, Isu Gaming, Eltrav, Ginger Claus, Notley, Artsy Abbey Plays, and Noel, and Mr. Grim FPS for the follows during the stream. I really appreciate it. Zero. What else am I missing? Thank you, Notley, for the host. I really appreciate that. So the next stream, hoping, I think I'll make it tomorrow evening. Because of the special stream, I had to adjust the games that I'm playing. I didn't just have to adjust like move the Saturday night stream to today, but also adjust how I'm doing the streams. So tomorrow I'll be playing Stardew. Start time will be between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. So hopefully I'll be able to see everybody there. Uh, so now let me just find somebody who we can raid. So yeah, let me just find somebody to raid here. Uh, oh, um, I'll let me just see if there's somebody who need. If anybody has any recommendations, just let me know in the chat. Yeah, I'm just looking for somebody who we can raid. Let's see if there's somebody. Hold on. Let me see if this guy's on. He's playing Marvel's Avengers. That might be a fun game to watch. Um, yes, he is still on. All right, he's playing Marvel's Avengers. Let me check. Just check. Oh, and he's also on an affiliate push. So this is perfect. We can help him out with his affiliate push. So, okay. Uh, Username is OU Big Mad. So let's help him out with his affiliate push. Right, spell his username right. Okay, so before I make this official again, thank you everybody for coming in today to watch this special photo editing stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dark One Zach, for the bits and for also the redemption of show the books on Amazon, as well as the purchase of one of my books. I really appreciate it. That was so awesome of you. Uh, Thank you, Jess, for those 2 donations. That was really great. Thank you, Isu Gaming. Thank you, Riceball King. Thank you, Eltrav Gaming. Thank you, Ginger Claus. Thank you, Notley, Artsy Abby Plays, Noel, and Mr. Grim FPS for your follows. That was really great. Um, Thank you, Notley, for the host. That was also great of you. And again, as I mentioned, my next stream is going to be um, yeah, my next stream is going to be tomorrow evening, start time between 7:30 and 9 p.m. Mountain Time. The game will be Stardew Valley, so hopefully I'll be able to see you there. Hopefully I'll be able to see you all there. So let me just make this raid official. Oh, we got another person in here who wants to join the raid. Thank you. OU Big Mad is going to be very happy that we're helping him on his affiliate push. And again, thank you again, everybody, for coming in for everything today. Really appreciate it. So hopefully I'll be able to see you all tomorrow evening. Now let's say hi to all you Big Mad.